really digging into this one. The Queen's flag, the one draping the coffin, was wrinkled. According to the Qs, this means traitor. The license plate, WP4597. They interpret this as witness protection, Trump 45, and 97 is the year Princess Diana died. Now, if this doesn't make sense to you, you're not trusting the plan. What Q is trying to tell you here is that the Queen killed Diana, but Diana didn't die. She's under witness protection. I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but that's what they have found. I found another example of a QAnoner, by the way. I've been finding a lot of these, and I think they're mostly plants. Here is another QAnoner from 2019. I missed this one. His name was Anthony Camello, and he killed some Gambino mob boss. And his defense, and you can see him here with a Q on his palm. His defense is he was fighting the deep state. In the 9 months since that conversation, Mr. Camello 25 claimed to his lawyer, and this is his defense for killing some mob boss, that he was fighting the deep state. Kind of like the guy who attempted to blow up the dam, but I guess what they're trying to suggest here is vigilantism. G says, Owen Benjamin says, Gavin also engaged in a display on air to own the Muslims. So dumb. Yeah, I don't pay a lot of attention to Gavin McInnes or any of these characters. I knew what they were from the beginning, but I wasn't aware that he started Vice. Very interesting. He's on the far... I mean, Vice is anti-conspiracy theorist. They are seemingly charged, tasked with creating these caricatures of what happens if you listen to conspiracy theories. Again, the term is subjective. You're not considered a conspiracy theorist if you believe we're in the end times because of global warming. No, that's considered to be someone who's got a grasp on the science. Of course, science has supplanted religion. I'm going to play this clip here. This is sort of a side topic. We've been talking about for a little while, this Kraken notion. And a very fascinating topic overall. We're talking about forced memes forced into the zeitgeist, the reoccurring theme of the dam. That's why I brought up the walled lake, the place where the shooting happened by this QAnoner. It seems like a dam reference. Anyway, the dam concept, the Kraken concept, has brought us to look at a few different representations of this idea. The Kraken has been connected with the election. It's also this mythological character connected with Hades/Pluto. We've had the return of Pluto. We also find it represented throughout entertainment. You have a character in particular from science fiction writer H.P. Lovecraft's mythos, and that would be Cthulhu, who is a squid-headed, gigantic, titanic, kraken-like being at the bottom of the ocean at Point Nemo. And this happens to be the place where NASA drops all of its dead satellites. There's a fascinating story here, but my main thing is this. In the Lovecraftian mythos, the ocean is an alien body. The idea is it arrived via comet, some kind of cataclysm, and it brought with it all these beings that came from above. So instead of flying down in a flying saucer, the big squid-headed demigod thing was in a big chunk of ice, and then it lands in the ocean. Anyway, this is an interesting story because we've been discussing what's more likely. Is deep space up there, or beneath our feet, or beneath the ocean? Well, I came across this TikToker who had this interesting notion about maybe deep space is below the ocean, and maybe that's where, quote, Mars is. Again, I've been open to the idea that they're faking space in deep underground Mars bases. This doesn't seem so far-fetched. Let me play this clip.
Y'all, I am freaking out right now. There's a lot of unexplained things going on in the ocean right now. Hold on real quick. I do not trust them. Just watch this real quick for me.
You get to Mars by going through the ocean. You can't get to the bottom of the ocean because outer space is the ocean.
Now, what she just said just blew my mind. Now, there's a situation called the Fermi.
So they're referencing some older concepts of the Earth and the idea of space being water and aliens all being aquatic. Very interesting idea. Again, the Lovecraftian mythos does have it that the aliens are in the ocean.
So we know that water is all around us, and it is said that this dome divided the sea into upper and lower sections. You can't cancel this out because they still haven't discovered 80% of the sea. Early civilizations believed that the ocean and the stars above were linked. I mean, just look. Mayan, Norse, Hindu, Hebrew, all of them. Now we already know what spacesuits look like, but they look exactly like sea suits. I know once...
Now, that's an interesting point about space suits looking like sea suits. The amphibious nature of it. For example, the Pope wears the meter, the fish god hat, Dagon. And if you look at the imagery of Dagon worship, they pray with their hands. You know how Donald Trump prays, where he always has his hands like a diamond pointing down? That's how I see the images of them praying to the fish god below. But for the priest to go down there, he has to put on the magic fish costume or the fish suit, amphibious. Not all that different in concept from the spacesuit, which essentially has like a fishbowl on the head. But the aquatic nature of or concept here being space being water, that's kind of a older concept, biblical concept.
Of the Bermuda Triangle. Planes and people going missing in the ocean. There are black holes in the ocean. And I just know once in your life you've heard about sea monsters. When you see a comet, it looks like a boat soaring through water. What if these unexplained species in the ocean are actually aliens? If y'all have ever watched this movie Underwater, they went too deep and found the creature that don't even look like it's supposed to be from this earth.
Very interesting. Anyway, I have a link to everything we reference on my minds.com/infinite plane society. Commenter here says, yes, we are underwater. Our Earth is just an air pocket with mountains, rivers, lakes, and vegetation. We are trapped in a vessel like a fishbowl. Requiem says, I know she didn't use a movie as evidence. This is funny to me. This guy Requiem in Twitter is saying, I know she didn't use a movie as evidence. Oh, I'm sorry, but your evidence for the moon landing was a movie. Your evidence for pretty much everything you believe has been movies. That's all you have. Sometimes they pretend like the movie's, quote, news, but no, it's a movie. News is just a protracted, never-ending, terrible reality TV show. Back to the 9/11 topic for a moment. Donald Trump was a 9/11 witness, quote, many people jumped and I witnessed it. I watched that. I have a view in my apartment, which was specifically aimed at the World Trade Center, Trump said during a rally in Columbus, Ohio. Just bringing this up because Donald Trump is lying. Quote, and I watched those people jump, and I watched the second plane hit. I saw the second plane hit the building and said, wow, that's unbelievable. Donald Trump also figures prominently in some 9/11 predictive programming. He's heavily immersed in, he's Biff Tannen. I mean, he's in Back to the Future, which is replete with 9/11 predictive programming. Joined by Slave Rescue Hound, T-Dog135, Psy-Obstacles. Psy-Obstacle says they always want the humans to believe they're trapped with no place to go. It's obviously the opposite. That's what I think. I think they're trying to keep us in a very small area. They put the human imagination on a leash, 12,500 miles long. No point in thinking any further because you end up just going back around the ball. And space is space. There's nowhere to go. Now, if the Earth isn't a ball made of CGI like they presented us, then it might suggest that if you kept going south, quote unquote, you would find more land. That's the theory. That's the idea behind why they would falsify the model of the world to keep us from going too far. And the ball concept also tethers your imagination, as in there's no reason to even contemplate going 20,000 miles away because it's all empty space. You have to go a long distance to reach any habitable land or exoplanet. Yet, if the Earth isn't a ball, then you might be able to walk to Mars, assuming it's not deep underground or beneath the ocean. Slave Rescue Hound says, can someone please remind me of Brandon Lee's new name? You must be talking about Christopher Green, who was Brandon Lee before he fake died. Is Brandon Lee actually Chris Green? And it fits a pattern here. It fits the pattern of death faking actors going into alternative media to spread disinformation and false flag theories. False flag theory is actually misinformation. It's put out there in order to prevent you from seeing the fakery. But we do have quite a lot to suggest that Christopher Green is in fact Brandon Lee, and in all likelihood his father, Bruce Lee, is Michio Kaku. And here's an interesting connection. Bruce Lee, 1-inch punch. Michio Kaku, 1-inch equation.
Brandon Lee died of a single gunshot wound on March 31st, 1993, from an accidental shooting on the movie The Crow. Now you're probably wondering who this man is. He's Christopher Green, host of one of the main alternative media channels on YouTube. One of the only channels we look for real news. Here's some of the allegations against them from a few conspiracy nuts that believe Brandon Lee is still alive. After these slander videos, we will then present our argument, which will debunk yet another false conspiracy that will further back them into a corner.
Hey people, how's it going? Obviously, C Green 34 is Brandon Lee, alright?
Okay, you can look into it for yourself. It's pretty obvious. It lines up. It fits the pattern. And Brandon Lee's role in The Crow is key here. It's another dying and resurrecting character. The Crow is a phoenix-like being in that movie. It represents the same thing. We have Trump's tower brag on 9/11. Yeah, let me play some more 9/11 predictive programming. So many people are familiar with 9/11 predictive programming, but there's as much or more pointing at events we haven't even experienced yet. We're still waiting on Seattle to get the Kraken, whatever that's going to be. And it should be coming up. Gypsy says like they love their phoenix image. Yes, the phoenix is the symbol of the reset. Burn down, build back better. The dying and resurrecting, it's synonymous with the Burning Man, with their version of the Christ figure. Okay, Trump's initial reaction to 9/11 was to claim that he owned the... Oh yeah, this is good. So the Twin Towers go down, and what does Trump say? Now I've got the tallest tower in Manhattan. It's the first thing he thought. Trump's initial reaction to 9/11. Here he is. Claiming he now owns the tallest
Did you have any damage
building in Manhattan.
What's happened down there?
Well, it was an amazing phone call I made. 40 Wall Street actually was the second tallest building in downtown Manhattan, and it was actually, before the World Trade Center, was the tallest. And then when they built the World Trade Center, it became known as the second tallest, and now it's the tallest. And I just spoke to my...
Donald,
Yeah,
you
so
have
that's
one
something to be
the
proud
landmark
of.
Buildings down in the
Being proud that your building is now the tallest building in Manhattan is like being proud that you lived longer than all the people who are in the buildings. Strange. Kevin Mooring says, what's the box in the top right corner about? Okay, let me go ahead and demonstrate what that is about. If you're looking at the live stream, and on the top right, you have the Discord chat. Now, if you type anything, like if you post any links to an image or a website in the chat, it will open up on the Discord screen, which shows up on the top right. So we will always have an animated meme or some kind of image on the top right. It's a meme stream. You can post URLs and it will open up and appear on the top right. You will also see here I've updated the artwork on the channel here on the top right. It says live call now, Infinite Plane Radio, news commentary, and mass media deconstruction. We're making a lot of improvements. There's just so much going on right now, but I want to make sure that the think tank is always on and always recorded because they're constantly destroying our channels. They love burning books. We're living through an age of, really, it's digital book burning. It's a travesty what they're doing. However, everything you type now goes into a dedicated Discord server. And if you want to get into that server, just go to infiniteplane.media and scroll down. Aliens are demons created by evil powers to feed on human passions. We may look into this here shortly. The UFO invasion story is picking up traction again. I think this is the main reason why the mainstream media had problems with the quote flat earthers, because they didn't like the idea that there were people contradicting their big psyop narrative. They need you to believe in aliens, I'm pretty sure. Again, we just passed the 21st anniversary of 9/11. Never forget the Twin Towers, but make sure you forget World Trade Center 7. Don't remember WT7, but never forget the twins. Such a great example of cognitive dissonance. How can you not see that? At the time, if you said, what about World Trade Center 7? Like right after 9/11, people would get super offended. You couldn't even mention it. Like, oh yeah, the debris from the other building knocked it down. Like, they don't even think. They just make excuses for the pathologically lying media, trying to fill in the blanks for the media. That's how you know they have Stockholm Syndrome. They're defending their captors. Monkey Tops has joined us, says, you shouldn't feed ducks bread because it fills them up and they get bloated. Seeds and nuts are much better. Angst G says, if we post it in the YouTube chat, yes, you can post anything in the YouTube chat and it will open up in Discord. That's why we added it there. Monkey Top says that we should look into feeding ducks grapes. All right. I don't know what chat room you're referencing or how you got there, but don't give ducks bread. Got it. What about penguins? We just give them krill. By the way, we do feed the trolls at Infinite Plane Radio. We had a lot of trolls last week, and I hope they come back. We don't want to exclude, quote, trolls, even if you're an admitted troll. We feed them. We find that if you fatten up a troll enough, eventually they kind of join you. I think Machiavelli said something like that. The best way to destroy your enemies is to befriend them. And that's what I say. They say don't feed the trolls. I'm like, no, you feed them. Fatten them up. Let's run through some headlines. The United Nations weighs in after another piece of space junk in the snowy mountains lands. This is the fourth fragment of SpaceX space debris. I watched this scene unfold. This is totally an actor. He does a creative reenactment of finding this, quote, space junk. I don't know what their standard of evidence is. Could I call NASA and say, hey, there's some space junk in my backyard? I'm pretty sure this thing here was put there by some props department and then he, quote, discovers it. How do people even believe this? How come it didn't leave a crater? How come it's not burned? The Asgardian nation has a CubeSat. If you didn't know, there's actually a space nation. They're called the Asgardians. And the Asgardians sent a CubeSat into space. This is their outer space infrastructure. Anyway, it fell and it burned. The Asgardian nation is in ashes. It burned. Yet space junk from SpaceX lands in these fields. Perfect. No scorch marks at all. Makes no sense. Psyopsical says climate emergency. The sky is falling. Space junk. Helmets and masks mandatory. Hey, they're going to mandate helmets. You thought mask Karens were a pain? Wait until they tell you to helmet up. Electronic warfare in space. I love how all these images of satellites look like they were made with colored pencil. Like, this is pretty much, this is almost as bad as crayon. I'm so glad I'm not saddled with this belief system. I'm so glad I'm not in this religion. Like, I think about how fortunate I am that I broke away from conventional religion early on. But how sad is it for people to grow up not knowing they're in a different religion, and its graphics are just as cheesy and unbelievable. This satellite in space image is a cartoon, and you have to tell them this. You know what's really sad is the Artemis mission, which hasn't taken off yet. I believe they moved it to the 27th, the Artemis launch. The Artemis mission, which is supposed to go, I guess, to the moon. Well, they ran a simulation in advance, and they said, this is what it's going to do on its 42-day journey. And the simulation looks exactly like the real thing. So they actually have to put on the top right of the screen, this is an animation. And they have to put it there because the true believers don't know the difference between the simulation and the real thing, or the quote real thing. They can't tell the difference. It has to be labeled. I almost feel like they were remiss in not labeling this as a quote artist's conception. because the default position that most true believers in the MSM will have is, yeah, it's a photo from space. Let us continue. We're going through some of the fake news of the day. Conspiracist dad shoots his family. Again, this story is just now taking off. It says, our brains are much more malleable than we like to think they are. It's why eyewitness testimony is the least reliable form of evidence, and why we can teach ourselves new habits that become automatic eventually. Now, this is interesting. Eyewitness testimony is the least reliable form of evidence. There's something called the Innocence Project, if you want to look into this, which demonstrates how most people who are wrongfully convicted based on somebody's faulty eyewitness testimony. And the eyewitness testimony that's faulty often is the result of the manner in which the person is questioned. It could be an unethical or an inept interviewer. But eyewitness testimony is not that reliable. And this is the thing that tricks so many of the Mandela effectees. And have there been any Mandela affected terrorists yet? When is that going to start? I'm surprised they haven't had any Mandela affected mass shooters. Anyway, the Mandela affected are all victims of their own inability to understand that eyewitness testimony is the least reliable. They don't want to recognize it. They want to believe their memories are perfect. And I want to believe it too, but I couldn't get straight A's. I had to study for tests. I never aced, like spelling bees, never did that. But if our memories are perfect, it wouldn't be a problem. We would all have straight A's. When I look at the Mandela affected as a community, they often seem to me like the F students all agreeing, hey, we have the right answers. If we just gang up, we can kind of usurp the position of being, quote, right from the students who got A's. That's kind of how it is. It's a form of denialism, reality escapism, refusal to admit they could be wrong. Let me play this clip. This is Donald Trump's son, Eric, who's explaining that no one, and I assume he's including Jesus in this, no one has done more for Christianity than Donald Trump. He just said this at Freedom Fest 2022.
Fighting for religious liberty, there's no one that's done more for Christianity than Donald Trump. No one. Fighting for religious liberty, there's no one that's done more for Christianity than Donald Trump.
There's no one that's done more for Christianity than Donald Trump. Wow. Well, I think he's the embodiment of the Antichrist. If you read the book of Revelation, you have the MAGA, the mark on the foreheads. MAGA actually means witch. It means female witch. It has some very sinister connotations if you dig into the whole moonchild theory, or moonchild phenomenon, or what is it? Practice. The practice of creating the moonchild. It's an occult practice, goes back many, many decades. It's part of the Thelemic cult, and it has everything to do with, quote, MAGA, or the archetype of the witch, the blood witch. The red witch in Game of Thrones corresponds to the scarlet witch in Doctor Strange, the scarlet woman from the Babylon working. The archetype here is the Whore of Babylon, basically, riding on the scarlet beast. Again, Babylon the Fallen, you have the Whore of Babylon on the scarlet beast, drunk on her sorceries. Well, MAGA means sorcerer, basically, witch. Scarlet hat, make America great again, meaning America's not great. Therefore, America is fallen. I think you can connect this to Babylon the Fallen, because America is Babylon in this context. Let me play this clip. Here is an oldie. This is a bit of this is a bit of eyewitness testimony from 9/11, where here's a guy, and it's on TV, so you know it's real. He says, oh, there was definitely a second plane.
Bombed another building, not second plane. That was a bomb. Who said the second plane?
That's what we're told, the second plane.
Oh, this guy's off his script. He says, no, it was a bomb, but we're being told it was... Look, it depends on where you were. If you watched it on TV, it was a plane. If you were there in person, it was a bomb. How do you explain that discrepancy? Easy.
And our first call comes...
Augmented virtual reality. CGI layer You have an image dragged across the screen, overlapping footage. It's very easy. I mean, the type of editing that went into 9/11 is very rudimentary. Final Cut Pro. We have callers from C-SPAN who just know a whole lot about what's going on
From
that
New
day.
York City. Good morning. You're on the air.
Hello?
Yes, sir. What would you like to say?
Oh, wow. Gee, I didn't think I'd get through. Amazing.
You're on.
Yeah, I was down on Rector Street when the first plane hit. And,
Tell us where that is.
it's 2 blocks south of the World Trade Center.
2 blocks
I
south of
think
the
it's
World
about
Trade.
2 blocks south of the World Trade Center.
What were you doing there?
Believe it or not, I was actually meeting a deputy commissioner of the TLC, which is the Taxi and Limousine Commissioner, to get a job as an instructor to teach the 80-hour course for taxis. And it just was...
You know, I have to say this. The PSYOP entertainment complex has improved. Their actors used to just read scripts. They knew too much. It was obviously just building narrative. They're a little more subtle now. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I would recommend you go back and listen to Sean Hannity's first broadcast, which was on 9/11, where he has this super informed eyewitness who even knew who did it. He was able to smell the jet fuel and instantly thought, oh, that was Osama bin Laden. All right, so we may be taking calls later tonight. The plan is to do an hour in the mornings. I'm usually doing a lot of work, pre-recording things for the Infinite Plane Society Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction. I'm going to be doing a lot of recording for that earlier in the day, like this time frame. And then we'll be taking calls later in the evening. If you don't want to miss any of the live streams, go to infiniteplane.media and sign up for the newsletter. I'm going to attempt to resume text messaging either today or tomorrow. If you want to help with that, just feed the Kraken. It goes right into text alerts. I'm going to continue to cover many of these stories. Jeff Bezos had a rocket explosion today, obviously staged. It was a, quote, booster failure so they could test the abort system. No one was in it. We've been talking about the QAnon dad gunning down his family because Trump lost. And he killed the dog, which is even worse. They make it sound like if you go into the rabbit hole, as they call it, you come out a killer. This is the replacement again for the Quran radicalized killer. The Quran radicalized killer has been replaced by the QAnon radicalized killer. Same writers, same directors, same staged reality. Hegelian dialectic. This is a meme posted in our Discord server. The framework for guiding our thoughts and actions into conflicts that lead to a predetermined solution. This is accomplished by manipulating consciousness into a circular pattern of thought and action which never leads to a true solution. The synthetic solution to these conflicts can't be introduced unless those sides being manipulated take sides, and this will advance the predetermined agenda. It's Hegel. The point being, if you're on the narrative or the counter-narrative side, you're part of this program and you're helping to bring in the synthetic solution. This is why I say Infinite Plane Media is not anti-media. We're not alternative media. We're not counter-media. We're parallel. We are a parallel media organization and network. We're examining it with an objective distance, impartially, nonpartisan, and we're not taking sides. I would never advocate that someone kill their family and their dog.
We're all going to die someday.
Because Trump lost. It's the
And
strangest
if you're
thing
going to
in the
pick
world.
some place to die, then why not Mars? You know, if we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Article, and it's November the 1st, 2022. Want to get started, I just sent out text message notifications. This is the One-Eyed Jack in the Shells' Pope Elon. And Elon Musk is one of the topics today. Free speech saboteur or free speech absolutist? We'll talk about that. let's get started. Hope everyone had a safe Halloween. I was mostly at home going over a lot of the recent drama regarding this Paul Pelosi attack, and my conclusion is that this hammer attack is a deliberate, planned out attack on free speech. And I think a lot of people took the bait intentionally. And right now, the spotlight is on Elon Musk, who is being blamed pretty much for single handedly having amplified the idea that this was a lover's spat between Pelosi and his attacker. And others, including Bannon from the War Room, put the notion out that this was a family friend. And I listened to a number of these reports and just recognized, you know what, there's a lot of room here for interpretation. We don't know. There's not enough facts for anybody to know. And what happens generally, and this is the point from my perspective, is that the media is allowed to rush to judgment even though there's not enough time, and they don't like it when they have competition. They don't want competition from other spin doctors. And it looks to me like this story was such an obvious piece of bait for anybody to construct something because of, well, the circumstances and the way it was reported. And it was amplified by Donald Trump Jr., as you'll see, who has since backed up and deleted his tweet. And that's something I'm not going to do. You know, the comments that I make, my commentary, are based on the assessment of the facts. I'm not going to be goaded or guilt-tripped because my commentary is not presupposing these things to be real. We're looking at the stuff skeptically. And if you think about it, it is kind of sick that people like Donald Trump Jr. actually make jokes about people who they believe to have really died. I think it's insane that Marjorie Taylor Greene would call David Hogg a crisis actor to his face, given that she believes that the people actually died. So he's actually a victim here. To me, that's beyond the pale. I wouldn't do that if I believed the event was real. Now, if I think the thing's fake, I'm going to call the person a crisis actor, but there's a difference. The difference is the mocking of real tragedy versus the mocking of actors in agitprop disguised as real tragedy. Now look here at this caption. This is Jake Tapper from CNN. Words fail. Tapper breaks down conspiracy theories about Paul Pelosi attack. And you'll see one of the recurring themes here. Abusing free speech. And they're looking at this as a test. First day on the job, actually. What does he do? He fires the people who banned Trump, and then this. He amplifies this idea that the attack was something different. And look, I don't know any more than you or he or people in the media. Right now, they're arguing over who gets to say what's real and what isn't. All right, there's a lot of people jumping in here. We almost have 1,000 followers on DLive. If you want to find us on DLive, it's infiniteplane.radio. We're also joined here by a few people on Twitch, and we're also live on Facebook. A number of you here are also in the 24/7 Think Tank Omni chat on Discord. Julius J, and I'm handing out wrenches there, by the way. If you want a wrench, you get them in the Discord. You wouldn't know, but I'm actually banned from most of the YouTube accounts that I'm streaming from. I just have access to the streaming keys. G33, appreciate the support. Yes, IPS will be live in the mornings for the most part, and often in the evenings taking calls. Last night we were working on a South Pole skit. This is just a coincidence, I'm sure, but we were working on a South Pole skit, and part of the premise happened to show up in a Saturday Night Live skit. Which makes me realize that we should have just pushed through the whole night and published this thing on Thursday, so there'd be no doubt as to who came up with it first. But our skit, our animation, I think, is probably better in terms of its writing, and it goes a little further, and it's more close to reality. And that'll come out in a few days. If you don't know what South Pole is, it's sort of a collaborative South Park-like effort that we have in our Discord server. We take our memed view of things and animate it. You know, art is one way to bypass a lot of the censorship, and you can see here they're trying to say it's pretty much a crime to make up stories. or to be wrong. You're not allowed to express wrong opinion or opinions that are not based on facts. You're not allowed to conjecture. You got to withhold that. And I understand this narrative being used maybe after the Vegas event. They said we've got to cut down on non-authoritative voices speaking about these events when people are looking to get it from NBC, CBS, etc. Like, that makes a bit of sense when you're talking about tragedy. But they use that to kind of shoehorn their way into, we have a de facto right to narrative control, and we don't want any competition. And I'm just seeing them overreacting to competition. One, I mean, it's not like you couldn't see how they piece together these narratives. It's almost too perfect. I mean, just a few months ago, Pelosi was the subject of a lot of memes about being hammered because he was a drunk driver. And they referenced the idea that Nancy Pelosi is always hammered, which I don't believe is even true. I think there are a few memes that spread where she was slowed down, and there's this idea that she's always drinking, which I don't think is even true. And she has been the target of a lot of QAnon-based and right-wing attacks. I mean, in fact, they're actually chanting her name at the 1/6. Those feds, the actors that performed on 1/6/21 in the Capitol, at that performance art piece, yeah, they were chanting, "Where's Nancy?" probably for this. I mean, I'm suggesting that this whole thing is pre-scripted, and this was, again, meant to be an attempt to find her and make her pay for cheating on the election. Again, we're supposed to believe that the illegal alien Canadian nudist converted to MAGA. I didn't see any MAGA hats. I didn't see anything MAGA about the guy. John Francis says, don't agree with the current thing, get canceled. Yeah, precisely. Ellie Goering says, isn't the hammer a euphemism for wiener? To Pepe chasing Pelosi? I don't think so. I mean, the hammer has a lot of meanings, I'm sure, but I'm thinking it ties more to the gavel. And again, I'm just thinking narrative-wise, what are the odds? This guy gets memed to Timbuktu a few months ago for being hammered while driving, and now the hammer attack. And then, of course, she wields the gavel. To me, this is story and theater, and I think this story in particular was intended to entrap the right. I mean, you got Don Jr. deleting tweets. Somebody advised him and said, you look really bad. You're mocking an attack on an elderly gentleman with a hammer. That's not something to mock. And it really isn't. And commenting on this stuff, I talk about this stuff objectively. I'm not taking sides. I don't vote. I don't buy this lesser of two evils. I look at them all as, world stagers. I'm not part of it. We're just critics here. We are critics, and we have an objective distance from what we're criticizing, and what they're trying to do here is they're making it look like conspiracy theory or conjecture, which is their term for trying to figure things out without just trusting them, because that's all we're doing. We're parsing the facts. They're like, oh no, parsing the facts and thinking for yourself is a slippery slope down to climate change denial, and after that you'll hit racism on your way down to transphobia. It's like, I don't know. I don't fall down any slippery slopes. And if I'm wrong about something, I find out. In fact, someone was sharing a meme with me that they said, hey, look, you got to share this. This is the hammer attacker. He was at 1/6. And they showed me this image of the same guy holding a camera, and it looked like he was in front of a crowd of people. And, something about it said, no, that can't be. Well, this morning, I right-clicked it, and I did a Google search, and it turns out that's him, but that's from a protest outside of City Hall in 2013 in California. That's not from 1/6. Now, that doesn't stop many of the media critics from just blindly sharing it and saying, hey, look, this guy's obviously an actor. Again, it's just a quick bit of fact-checking, and that's what they're trying to ban. One of the new terms they came up with yesterday in the BBC, and it's just blown up, it's disaster trolls. We're disaster trolls. That was my Halloween costume. I didn't dress up. I'm like, yeah, I'm just a disaster troll. I question tragedies. I question big events that have some sort of political agenda attached to them. And I question the accounts of the so-called victims, and that makes me a disaster troll. Speaking of Halloween, take a look at this. This is your billionaire cosplayer, Elon Musk, savior, in fact. I mean, if the world gets flooded, you're going to Mars, and this is the guy who has your ticket. This is your Willy Wonka. That's kind of who he's modeled off of, Willy Wonka, if you ask me. But he's going to take you on that trip to this other place, and you'll probably end up like Oompa Loompas, just working at a candy factory. Anyway, this is your Martian Pope, or the Elon, as described by Wernher von Braun, who wrote about him before he existed. I mean, that's wild right there. But his costume is sort of an Iron Man-like outfit with a it's red, but it's got rams on it. Anybody here see anything about this of any particular significance? Because here's what I thought. I've already talked about Musk being a composite character. That he's a composite of, yeah, they've characterized him off of Willy Wonka. That's why I brought this up. He bought Gene Wilder's house. He started a candy company. He's got the boring tunneling company. That's one of his personas. The glass elevator that launches into space. But another one is Iron Man. They've associated him with Iron Man very strongly. Tony Stark. In fact, Robert Downey Jr. based his character, Tony Stark, Iron Man, on Elon Musk. That's been admitted. Now, again, this is the composite. He's Iron Man, he's Tony Stark, he is Willy Wonka, and he's a little bit of Wernher von Braun. And you combine them together, you get Elon Musk. Because again, von Braun wrote Mars, A Technical Tale about the first Martian dictator, the Elon. But then it gets deeper, because Musk is the one leading us to Mars. He's got his Falcon rocket. Well, Falcon is the image of the Egyptian god of Mars, Horus, the falcon-headed Horus. And we're entering into this age of Horus according to the occultists. And this veneration of Horus, the falcon-headed deity, is all about this god of Mars. And if you look at the associations that these Thelemite Kabbalists make with Mars, it's the color red, it's the ram, Ares ram, and then of course he's got the ram on his chest. It's the color red, it's the metal iron, think Iron Man. And then of course on Mars itself, they found the emblem of the House of Stark from Game of Thrones, with the Iron Throne. Well, iron associated with Mars, Stark, Tony Stark, House of Stark. I mean, these connections go deep. But then there's this. In the tarot card, the card that represents Mars is the Emperor. And it's number 4. And Mars is the 4th from the Sun in the solar system. If you look at the order, the color red, and then he has the emblem of the ram all over the place, the Aries. I'm just saying he's sort of the Emperor here out of the tarot. And it's just very consistent with who he's been composited into being. And I'm not sure if I 100% agree, but I kind of do. Donnie Darkened on Twitter, the one who postulates that Donald Trump's the Antichrist, suggests that this is more than just harmless cosplay, but it's pretty much showing us who he is in the bigger scheme of things. And it is interesting, given that he's part of this trifecta of hate speech: Donald Trump, Ye, and now Musk, Parler, Twitter, Truth Social. Interesting brew there. Just pointing it out, he looks like the Emperor. And again, these are all associations that are made in this, whatever you want to call it, Kabbalistic or New Age Thelemite paradigm, where, yeah, every planet has a metal, has a color, has a number, has an astrological sign. And these characteristics all happen to pertain to Musk's mission to Mars. And I don't think it's coincidental, especially when you go into the overall occult symbolism behind NASA and space travel in general. Speaking of Halloween, we did cover the Halloween party in Seoul, South Korea, where 150 young revelers had cardiac arrest from the trampling. But I think most of us here know what really happened. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, this is the thing, the main story though. How the absurd conspiracy theory that the attack on Pelosi was a lovers' quarrel took over on the right. This is from Slate. They have all these stories ready to hammer the political right with, like Look what happens when you give Elon Musk too much control. Look how he started this. Why Elon Musk's conspiracy theory tweet about Paul Pelosi attack is dangerous. Now, this is interesting here. They have an expert who tells us why Musk's tweets are dangerous. And recently we have the case of Molly Russell, the first death by internet. Her father was posing in front of the coroner's office saying that, yep, she fell down a dark rabbit hole. And it went from basically like another slippery slope argument. You go down one trail and it leads you deeper and deeper into, and she went into some kind of self-harm rabbit trail. She didn't go flat earth, thankfully, but she went self-harm. And they're blaming it on memes, like death by meme. Okay, but I have an expert here on this topic. Let me go ahead and play this because they're saying, this is from ABC 7 News Bay Area, why Musk's conspiracy theory tweet is dangerous.
Police Chief Bill Scott strongly refuted false claims being shared about Pelosi.
There is absolutely no evidence that Mr. Pelosi knew this man. As a matter of fact, the evidence indicates the exact opposite.
Musk's post comes amid concerns about how the billionaire Tesla founder will run Twitter and how much he will crack down on the spread of disinformation.
I have to say it's awfully coincidental that this event happens. Easy clickbait for anybody questioning the narrative. The stories, I mean, it's really simple to see how somebody would arrive at what we've arrived at. They've dropped some bait. Nudist married to a Pelosi supporter who claims that she was his only connection to politics. Like the whole story, to me, it's designed to be interpreted in two different ways, depending on your starting point, left or right. And I can understand how you might arrive at the horror at the right-wingers talking about this in such a way. You know what I mean? And, of course, being responsible for it because their conspiracy theories precipitated this. I can see their angle. But from the other side, from the objective angle, yeah, the story's designed to sound fishy.
How dangerous is that to have the now owner of Twitter sharing conspiracy theories?
It has the potential to be hugely dangerous.
Richard Craig is a professor in the School of Journalism at San Jose State.
We don't know for sure whether that's going to make a lot of difference, but it has the potential to make a lot of difference.
Site Intelligence Group, an organization that tracks online activity of white supremacist organizations, says following Musk's tweets, members of various far-right platforms began recirculating the false claims.
Musk tweet citing false Paul Pelosi conspiracy theories shared widely on ultra-nationalist QAnon venues. Again, this story seems very engineered to me, and my contention is that the story itself is a hammer attack on free speech. Jimbo Khan says, I just realized it's hammer time was one of those QAnon catchphrases. Interesting. The day before the attack, Marjorie Taylor Greene had said something to the effect of tomorrow's going to be a big day, without any specifics. I did a cursory look here. If you know any QAnoners, ask him if hammer time has any significance, but there might be something to that. Continuing, Ali Goering says RAM, Mars in retrograde. Interesting. JT33 is here. Thanks for joining. Thinks he's a penguin 101 says it took them all that time to come up with disaster trolls. We'll give them an A for effort and a little sticker. Well, disaster trolls has a nice ring to it. Like if it was a cartoon or something. I can understand it has like a... It sounds like a cartoon or a comic book series, like disaster trolls. It's almost endearing. Like I don't think of it, it doesn't scare me. Disaster trolls, like what are they, dirty? They muddy your carpets? Like what is a disaster troll? But what they're saying is that these are the people who fact check and find out if the victims of these various attacks are actual victims. Like if I was a disaster troll, I would go check and see if Pelosi actually had an attack. And to me, that's due diligence. And you generally trust the media to do it, but because more often than not, we find the media faking things, we have to rely on independent media. Now, there's a guy named Richard D. Hall who goes out and does a lot of great work in this regard. However, his efforts are looked at as attacks, as basically calling into question whether or not these victims are actual victims. But here's the thing. Just because somebody's missing a limb and is shown on TV as having been part of an attack doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, logically speaking, that it happened with that particular attack. You do have amputee crisis actors. And there's no low that the MSM won't stoop to. They use dead bodies as crisis actors all the time. If you didn't know, during 2020, well, we've talked about this before, but the whole phenomenon of refrigerators outside of hospitals, so now you see the bodies in plain view. I can speak from experience on a local morgue under the hospital closed for the duration of 2020, and they processed the bodies outside. The regular bodies, not the ones from the bat soup. In other words, they use those bodies as crisis actors. Let's just put it out there so it's more visible. They can hear the freezers. It's all theater. But disaster trolls is the term that they came up with. It was on the BBC yesterday. Yes, just look up disaster trolls. UK survivors tracked down by disaster trolls. Another one. Hunting the trolls. BBC's disaster deniers. Disaster denier, disaster trolls. Survivors of Manchester bombing are being tracked down by conspiracy theorists. Now, what's interesting here, though, is I've been sending out press passes saying what we need to do is fact check the media, reality test their claims. What I would not condone is stalking out or even trying to interview actors who are sworn to secrecy. You know, they've taken blood oaths to the Illuminati. They've taken NDAs. You think you're going to get some actor to break character? Good luck. I'm more interested in the infrastructure of deception and getting behind the curtain peak. I'm more interested in exposing how we're looking at echo chambers of ignorant people just retweeting essentially news. They're just rebroadcasting. This was very clear to me after Parkland. I mean, you cannot fault low-level, bottom of the pyramid crisis actors. You cannot expect any truth out of them. And I found it problematic back when Sidethorn journalist was harassing suspected crisis actors. Meanwhile, offering $100,000 to anyone who could find him evidence that somebody actually died at one of these of 33 events that he investigated before he was arrested. Now, my point is, if you really wanted to expose something, you wouldn't say, I have $100,000 if you can show me evidence of a death, because you know the deaths are fake. They cannot produce something that doesn't exist. If you were legitimate, in my opinion, you would say, here's $100,000 for a whistleblower. Have you hired crisis actors? There are people out there in the know, but they're obviously paid to keep quiet. Now, this tactic, though, of tracking down survivors, to me is, it sounds like a step in the right direction, but it also looks like something of a setup, because all it takes is one case of harassment and it blows up the idea. It's like, hey, look, if there was anything here, we would have found it. And the people who look into this are all dangerous. They're stalkers. And that's how some of these disaster trolls are being looked at. Here's from Homeland Security today. Let's go ahead and veer into the topic of disaster trolls. Again, this is from yesterday. UK terror survivors tracked down by disaster trolls. Now, this individual was in the Manchester Arena blast. Oh, that one was so fake. That was the one with the singer Ariana Grande. And I believe she was even selling masks before the pandemic broke out. Yeah, that was 100% fake. So, in all likelihood, this individual who has a spinal condition had that before the event. Just another actor. Richard D. Hall has described how he physically tracks down survivors of the attack to determine if it was faked. Well, actually, that's good work. But again, you have to consider the reality of who gets hired, and you can't just assume, okay, this person's injury came from that. Very interesting. I'm going to have to revisit the Manchester event. I'd like to send this person a press pass, but I think he has his own organization. He's been doing this for a while. Richard D. Hall. I'll put up a link in the show notes if anybody wants to follow up on his work. Conspiracy theorists tracking down victims. Interesting. And also keep in mind, though, this is how they trapped Alex Jones. They said his broadcasts platform the conspiracy theories that cause people to go to people's homes and harass them. Like, I don't understand that as a tactic. Why would you go to the actors instead of the directors. So just for the record, I would never advocate any kind of stalking of participants in any of this stuff. Just again, you're not going to get anywhere. But more, I think that the reason for the press pass and for becoming a credentialed part of an organization is we can actually get interviews. You make phone calls. You get higher up, because what you're trying to get, I think, to me, is a clearer picture of the level of ignorance of a compartmentalized media, and how it's quite possible that most of the people who promulgate the lies aren't even aware of what they're promulgating, or how fake it is. And that's mostly the case. There are some secrets that people will say, oh, that secret's too big to keep. Too many people in the know. How could they have faked Apollo 11? No way they could have. There were 400,000 contractors involved. Well, you're not taking into account security clearances and a stratification based on a need-to-know basis. And it just so happens that if you're listening to Infinite Plane Radio or you follow channels like this, you're more in the know. You're higher up the capstone than most of the people in the media pyramid. And they don't like that. Most of them probably wouldn't even get it. I mean, what a dupe you would have to be reporting on some of these agitprop fake news events thinking that they're real. True believers, MSM fundamentalists, the type that set themselves on fire on tennis courts and glue themselves to priceless paintings and play in freeways to protest freedom. All right, let's see, going through some comments. Referring to the Halloween party in South Korea, Portal Complex says, leg CPR gangland style. Yeah, I was watching that mass CPR, synchronized CPR with the Halloween music in the background. I mean, it was surreal. And I had a very good quote. I should reread this. This was actually someone who was there. Unmediated. Someone who was there, not looking through a screen, not having their perceptions managed, but a true eyewitness looks down upon the event where you have the mass CPR, where this is of course referring to the trampling, and listen to what she said. This is from Apple News. Victims had no chance to escape the soul crush. When she first saw them from the upper windows of a nightclub, Nicole Hammond assumed the people lying in the street were performers in an elaborately staged drama. There were 50 of them, mostly young women in fancy Halloween dresses, with men crouching over them, pressing rhythmically down on their chests. Quote, they looked like actors. They looked like actors. And look, this is right after the crush starts, and they're not piled, they're all just spread out perfectly. I mean, I saw the video. This was a live action role play. This was a drill presented as real. There was an American who was one of the casualties who was a nursing student. Nothing suspicious about that, given that this was a mass casualty drill to train, likely, nursing students. I mean, maybe they were just crisis actors. Maybe there's a mix. Not sure, but they didn't all get it right. As someone pointed out, there was someone giving CPR to a thigh, to somebody's leg. All right, let's go ahead and get back on track. We're talking about this alternative story about Paul Pelosi and how this is the death of free speech, a hammer to the head of free speech. And again, there are valid reasons for questioning the official narrative. The wife of the guy whose name is Pepe, like Pepe the Frog, I mean, David DePape, I mean, it's too close. Anyway, the ex-wife, quote, this is what she said. She said, when I met him, he was only 20. He didn't have experience in politics, and he was in alignment with my views. And I've always been progressive. I absolutely admire Nancy Pelosi. I mean, explain to me how somebody who's married to a Pelosiite is going to somehow become a QAnoner. It doesn't happen. And that's how you get these memes. That's how you get these stories. And this, again, seems like a big setup. I mean, some of these memes they're just really funny. They're really good. And they're really maybe inappropriate, I guess. But the fact is, this is art. These are hot takes. These are reflections of, Babylon, just this babble, these incoherent stories just suddenly self-assembling into narratives that sort of make sense in a slightly skewed parallel universe where JFK never died. I mean, we are, experiencing, I think, the end result of this hypermediation and a purposeful dumbing down of the population's ability to visually determine what's real and what's not real, or to know what's real and what's not real, because they've become what I've called MSM fundamentalists. Now, listen to this. Just to go back to this Kanye West story. And again, that meme that's being spread where Kanye West is holding hands with Waynell Sexton, the teacher of George Floyd. This is dangerous misinformation. And this is the reason why. This is one reason why I guess maybe we shouldn't let Musk turn Twitter into a total hellscape. This could get out there. But it's not real, just reaffirming Kanye West and Waynell Sexton. As far as I know, they've never crossed paths. But listen to what Ye said. Quote, "If I was on medication right now, then one pill could be swapped, and it would be Michael Jackson and Prince all over again." Now, this is Kanye West suggesting that he could have been killed off at any time if he was on medication. And this is kind of a follow-up to his statement about how he was misdiagnosed. He said, quote, that he was, well, paraphrasing, he was misdiagnosed regarding his mental health issues. Interesting, though. Comparing himself to Michael Jackson and Prince. He also compared himself to George Floyd. He said losing Adidas is like losing, or like having a knee on his neck. Interesting comparison. Shows something of a lack of insight. Borderline, close to almost narcissistic, but anyway, we're talking about him in context because you cannot separate now Musk, Trump, and Elon. They're all being linked together. And I've heard recent stories, in fact, that Jake Tapper-Peace was talking about these conspiracy theories and how these things are being amplified by Kanye West. And then you have, of course, Trump on the horizon. And, of course, they're attaching this to QAnon, as the attacker did, in fact, pretty much go along with the QAnon idea that the Democrats are the deep state and they are behind the theft of the election. Let me go ahead and play a few more seconds from this ABC 7 piece.
Musk shared.
It's a huge issue. It's a huge issue.
Ramesh Srinivasan is a professor of information studies at UCLA. He says it's the new normal to see conspiracy theories spread not only on far corners of the internet, but in seemingly mainstream.
Yeah, Fluvid19, you're right about that. A week before, Kanye had talked about how Floyd died of fentanyl, and that's considered to be a conspiracy theory. The official story is the knee on the neck. And this, again, is a huge connection when you get into this came from Candace Owens' documentary. And Candace Owens is married to the CEO of Parler. And Kanye just bought Parler. In fact, if you look right now, Kanye is under a microscope. And he had a spat with somebody in the soccer field. It's on page 6. It's on TMZ. And listen to these headlines now. Because Kanye's been booted from Instagram. Because now he's calling out, quote, Jewish business people. Kanye West goes full-on anti-Semitism on Parler after Instagram snub. Rolling Stone, Kanye West goes extra anti-Semitic on Parler after his second Instagram suspension. The story now, though, is that Parler is coming back to life because Kanye. Again, this is part of the trifecta of hate speech that they're presenting us with. Like, this is problem, reaction, solution. And a lot of people are going to follow him, saying, okay, these are our heroes. Musk, Kanye, and Trump. And of course, look how easy it is to frame anybody with an opinion as being somehow part of the problem. Abusing free speech, CNN. And it doesn't help when people backtrack, when they delete their tweets. Musk deleted his hilarious tweet. I think there's more to the story. Like, you know what? The thing is, automatically believing the news. MSM fundamentalism. That is the problem. But they want you to have that problem. But they want you to just be a fundamentalist with their news. This idea that there's competition just ruins their plan. And that's what we're looking at here. It's about a monopoly on these stories. And I think they purposefully leaked a story with two obvious interpretations just so they could make this happen. It's not both sides. Republicans' rhetoric is inciting political violence. This is CNN's Blackwell. Only pointing this out because we predicted this. We were talking about how this is going to be a mirror of 2020, and the right-wingers are going to do what the left-wingers did in 2020. They're going to be the ones going ape. And you know what's interesting is the flood the polls slogan for the GOP. Yeah, the flood the polls slogan has been brought back. Even Trump recently said flood the polls. That's right out of Batman. And it's the Batman movie that has all the predictive programming for a right-wing uprising. Again, the Riddler equals Q. The Riddler sends his extremists to blow up a dam and literally flood the polls. And it puts Gotham underwater on 11/6. Gotham underwater on 11/6 because the right-wingers flooded the polls. And here we are in reality. And when has a Batman movie not contained copious predictive programming for the future? In fact, that movie came out on the day that the Boston bomber, quote, Joker, Sarnaff, was getting his death penalty reinstated. But the flood the polls thing is about to happen. And all of this ties in to this Release the Kraken ongoing story that started in 2020. And again, it's pretty obvious to me that it's the right that is being framed up for what's coming next. My take on it from the beginning has been it's going to be some kind of setup where the QAnoners have been spreading so much hate against the deep state and Hollywood types that anything can be pinned on them. Someone said, I thought Parler died because they never got off Amazon servers. Yeah, pretty much. They lost their servers and they kind of lost a lot of their... They were hacked and a lot of people left them. And Parler was great as far as a honeypot. Just to get in there, you had to put your phone number. And I did that. And I think I even had to upload my driver's license. But it's because I cover these things. I don't want to be excluded from any of these ecosystems. I'm on Truth. I'm on Parler. I'm on Getter. I'm on all these crap platforms. Because I have to be. Anyway, they're bringing Parler back. And Parler was one of the places where much of the 1/6 event took place. And I don't think it was a coincidence that at the time that Parler was under attack in the media, talking about the social media platform, you simultaneously had the Parler shooter. I think his name was Robert Aaron Long. Yeah, if you remember the Parler shooter who was shooting up the massage parlors, and it was sort of a parallel event to what we had in Christchurch in a number of ways. But he was another one of these right-wing racist types shooting racial minorities in a number of mass shootings, multiple locations. But my point of it at the time was, how coincidental is it? Atlanta Parler shooting suspect, passion for guns. They talked about his obsession with guns. This was all there in Atlanta. Racist guy, looks like Dylan Roof. He's got the fashy haircut, obsessed with guns, shooting Asians at this massage parlor. Anyway, I think that the media is so dirty they play tricks like that, where now you can't even search for Parler without seeing another Dylan Roof. JT33 says the new South Pole animation is next level. Yeah, I'm working on a new technique in crop drop animation. What I'm doing is I'm creating masks of the person. That way I can have their features actually move independently. And those of you who don't know what South Pole is, you'll see more of it soon. I'm working on more like shorts, like TikTok length clips. All right, let's see here. Mizell says, no one I know in Seoul was there. 150 some people were supposedly trampled to death, but I didn't see any evidence. I didn't see any blood. It looked like the trampling, it looked faker than the trampling at the soccer match, where you didn't see very much other than uninjured people being carried in front of the cameras. Most of them wearing blue bracelets, like it was some kind of drill. I don't even think the tear gas was real at that soccer match in Indonesia, where they supposedly had a mass trampling. I don't think the tear gas was real, because I didn't see any tears. Not tears from shock or grief. I didn't see tears from tear gas. I didn't see reddened faces, nothing. Total hoax, if you ask me. And there were some reasons why there would be some hoaxery involved. But this thing at the Halloween event in South Korea was totally faker because they had dummies everywhere. And apparently they didn't have enough dummies for all of the participants, and one guy was left giving CPR to the leg of another dummy, I guess for the cameras. Let's see. Fluvid19 says, after losing Adidas, I understand how George Floyd felt. So to me, Kanye is that's a troll. Is he a stone-faced troll? Is Kanye knowingly dropping these hilarious, like, almost sarcastic jokes? I don't know. But look, he has a right to be wrong. We all do. You can look at even this George Floyd event. It's a perfect situation. You could interpret it in one of two ways, depending on the camera angle. And it just seems like we are at a place where reality is fluid. And it's just a matter of majority determines which one we go with. It doesn't even matter. They run roughshod over the facts of reality whenever they're chasing down one of their predetermined narratives. Whatever happened in Building 7, they're like 9/11, never forget. But forget Building 7. You bring that up, you're on a slippery slope. Next thing you know, you're going to be a climate change denying transphobe. And they give you these slippery slopes that way. If you have any kind of divergent opinion, now you're associated with mindless hate, which is absurd. 66% of reported hate crimes are later proven to be hoaxes. Hate is a hoax as far as I'm concerned. Echo Charlie says Owen Benjamin is friends with Gavin and Kanye. Oh, Gavin McSkinnis, Gavin McSmollett, Gavin McGinnis. He's the founder of the Proud Boys, Western Chauvinists. And Western Chauvinist is 100% a connection to Derek Chauvin's name. That's how these stories are scripted. Now, Gavin McGinnis, I've never listened to him. I kind of tuned him out after he was making out with the pederast at the site of the fake shooting in Orlando at the disco. Instead of calling out the shooting as fake, they pretended like it was real, and then they made out for the cameras, which I don't care about it. I'm just saying you could have called the thing fake, but you were too busy putting your tongue down the throat of the pederast. Not to knock him, but it is pretty disturbing if you dig into some of these figures. And again, they're not doing anybody any good if they're going to these different psyops and saying, oh, this psyop was real, but we got our own interpretation of it. You know, case in point, this attack on Paul Pelosi, the left wing saying, oh, this is caused by dangerous mis and malinformation. This is caused by right-wingers. You know what the right-wingers are saying? This is caused by crime because Democrats are soft on crime. They each have their explanation. And you can't really argue against either one if you understand where it's coming from. It's like, yeah, 1 minute you're legalizing homeless people defecating on the sidewalks, and the next minute they're coming into your homes with hammers. Like, there's a certain logic to the right-wing interpretation of this, and they are pointing to some pretty bad conditions. But my point is, again, these are two sides of the same coin. It looks like we must be getting inundated with bots. It's a trick they play. They send in the bots and then they flag us for spam. Thank you, whoever banned that one. JT33 said, did they get auto-tuned to death like the Travis Scott crowd? Oh, I figured it was the boosters. There were like 150 in cardiac arrest. Isn't that like the logical thing? Ask Stu Peters. He'll probably put that in his documentary. Suddenly dead. It's like, yep, suddenly dead. South Korea Halloween party, 150 some youth revelers are just having a party 1 minute, and next minute they all just drop. Because correlation equals causation, if it fits your predetermined bias. But yeah, there was a case. It was in fact, almost a year ago, November the 5th, 2021, at the Astro World concert. Travis Scott, and he wasn't charged for murder, but he auto-tuned 9 people to death. Have you all heard that? Let me go ahead and play that. Astro, you can turn your speakers down. Nobody died at Astro World 11/23/21. Yeah, we covered this extensively. Now here's the thing. 50,000 people attended and experienced the Astro World Festival crowd crush. 9 people died. The thing about it is, this is the exact number of people who died at a similar event called the Rock Slide Festival, which was back in like 20 years ago or something, headlined by Pearl Jam. Well, Travis Scott was literally wearing a Pearl Jam shirt from that event in one of his recent music videos called Escape Plan. I mean, you're telling me that he's going to wear an on this Escape Plan video, a t-shirt from an event where 50,000 people attended and 9 people were crushed to death? Like, that is just too perfect of a coincidence. And plus, he's connected to the Kardashians, and there's quite a lot you could get into here. But here is Travis Scott at Astro World.
Turn the lights on, turn the lights on. Make some noise for my boy right there, hanging in the tree right there.
And look, you can't just jump to the conclusion that they were crushed to death either. Like, climate change has been going on for a long time. And they might have heard something. They might have heard some dangerous misinformation on their way in to the venue.
I was seeing 2 bodies laying down right behind me, and
maybe their masks were on too tight. Anyway, we'll leave that story alone. We'll be revisiting that in a few days on the anniversary. And by the way, the security at the Astro World event were the same security, CSC. They were over at the Vegas event on 10/1/2017. What are the odds? They were the same security that were hired to protect Dave Chappelle when he was attacked on stage at an event attended by Chris Rock, who had recently been attacked by Will Smith. All right, let us continue. John Francis says, who wants to go listen to that quote music? Yeah, I thought the same thing, but you know, maybe you have to be there. Maybe it doesn't translate well over YouTube, but they try to make it look like it was really packed, and they had videos of people jumping the fence, and it was like 10 people jumping the fence. I don't even think it was 50,000 people. And the early witness descriptions, and like I said, we'll revisit this next week. There were people saying it looked like the gates of hell opened. There were people being trampled and screaming, gnashing of teeth. I was like, no, there wasn't. There wasn't anything like that. You had a few people screaming, I can't breathe. And then Benjamin Crump, or Forrest Crump, shows up. He's at all these events. If somebody says, I can't breathe, I mean, if you say that 3 times, Forrest Crump will knock on your door. Did somebody say they can't breathe? Because there's like a lawsuit attached. And yeah, the people who were crushed, who survived at this event, are suing the venue. And there may be a similar agenda here. We're talking about people just getting out of lockdown, going to a mass event. It's like, let's give them agoraphobia all over again. Make them afraid of people. Cameras all over Pelosi's home. Let's see the video. Yeah, we'll see. Hammer time. This is an image from, I believe it's Duncan's Ritual, and it shows the Freemasonic initiation rites and the significance of the gavel, where the initiate is actually hit on the head. And someone suggested that maybe there's something to this, as it was being described as they're going to rebuild Paul Pelosi. Like rebuilding? Kind of an interesting turn of phrase. Anyway, Paul Pelosi's son says his dad's condition is improving. Amazing how they were able to just blatantly blame this on conspiracy theory. This is a misinformation-based attack. Like, I am inclined to think climate change took him down, but no, this is a misinformation-based attack. Hillary Clinton on Saturday said, quote, the Republican Party and its mouthpieces now regularly spread hate and deranged conspiracy theories. Citizens must hold them accountable for their words. This is just saying sue them, basically. But let me play this. This is why I think this is a huge setup. Here you have Marjorie Taylor Greene, Trump's future running mate, I think. And this is a video that she deleted, where she was talking about the need to execute a certain Speaker of the House. And this was back on 1/6.
Traitor to our country. She's guilty of treason. She took an oath to protect American citizens and uphold our laws. and she gives aid and comfort to our enemies who illegally invade our land. That's what treason is. Exactly. And by our law, representatives and senators can be kicked out and no longer serve in our government. And it's a crime punishable by death.
There you have it. That's Marjorie Taylor. I don't know if it's Green anymore. I know there was some divorce being filed. I just Marjorie Taylor Stein. Should I go ahead and just let the cat out of the bag? All right, let's see what else. Aldous Huxley, in a letter to George Orwell, within the next generation, I believe the world's rulers will discover that infant conditioning and narco-hypnosis are more efficient as instruments of government than clubs and prisons. And the lust for power can be just as completely satisfied by suggesting people into loving their servitude as by flogging or kicking them into obedience. Again, that's Huxley to Orwell, Brave New World to 1984. Here is CGI Joe on the attack on Pelosi, quote, "You can't condemn the violence unless you condemn those people who continue to argue the election was not real, that it's being stolen. All the malarkey that's being put out there to undermine democracy. You can't just apologize." Again, this was somebody attacking in a fit of election denialist rage. Let's continue. I'm not sure what all this stuff is about here with the furries and all that, but someone pointed out that not all trans speciesists are furry. There are some who identify as reptiles. I'm just bringing this up because I was thinking about Orwell, and it's like 2 legs bad, 4 legs good. Like, have we reached the stage in dehumanization, where we need to take into account the perspectives of people who think that they ought to have litter boxes in public restrooms, and they say that's a conspiracy theory, but I don't think it's too far from the truth. Like, if it's not true right now, it's going to be true. In fact, I'll put that down as a prediction that there will be some kind of litter box accommodation made for trans species sometime in the near future, possibly before 2023. Like, I would put this on my list of things that I think will come true for 2023, but it's probably happening right now. We just haven't seen it yet. They're probably trying to bury the story. If you see any litter boxes in any public restrooms, let me know. All right, let's continue. Again, this whole story it's now a hammer. This entire thing is a hammer to attack free speech. Got a nice email here, interesting connections. This is from Conspiracy Charlatan suggesting this. And I hadn't thought about this. We're always talking about the writers, like the script writers. The Christopher Nolans, who's the new Kubrick. You got the Alan Moores, Spike Lees, the Tom Clancy's, all these various writers whose work figures prominently in the bigger story. The ones who write the big psyops or prepare us for the major league psyops. Anyway, Conspiracy Charlatan was suggesting here that there might be clues to the authors of the various psyops within the characters' names. They've got the cast of names. And he said we should be more tuned in to the Wayne including psyops for more clues. Again, the Wayne thing, because we've talked about the Bruce Wayne. Of course, Bruce Wayne is the alter ego, or rather Batman is the alter ego of Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne's great-grandfather is credited with having created the Skull and Bones Society. Interesting connection there. I mentioned Christopher Nolan and the whole Batman. The burning bat, the bat as a phoenix, has been a reoccurring symbol for more than 10 years now. And that symbol has, I think, prepared us for the reset. This phoenix being represented as a bat. Again, it was the bat as a catalyst. But anyway, he's pointing out the name Wayne here. Like Wayne's World, Dr. Evil, Michael Myers. He says, could be Wayne is likely an author of some of these psyops. Very reasonable. He's referring to these various references. And then back in April, there's a guy named Win Bruce, which sounds like Bruce Wayne, who set himself on fire in front of the Supreme Court. Just putting it down on the mind map, we notice these patterns. Sometimes they don't conclusively lead to anything right away, but in the long term. I mean, look at the frequent use of the word kraken or the dam. How often these various memes are forced into our awareness. And these patterns, I've been following them for some time. They do tend to build up. Think about the use of Parkland and Highland Park and all these various events that were making use of the word park in this context. It's not just the numbers, but it's often given away in the names. In fact, I made a mention a couple days ago of Alan Moore, who suggested that one of the most important grimoires that someone would have, and this is something he was citing Aleister Crowley on, was an etymological dictionary. And I think there's really something to that if you look at how often the various names reveal something about the story. And again, referring to this Paul Pelosi event, you can't ignore the significance of the hammer, a guy who was being lambasted for being, quote, hammered while driving. The right-wingers have this myth that Nancy Pelosi is always, quote, hammered. She's got the gavel, significant symbol there, again, the whole hammer thing, and then this event. Like, to me, it's too well scripted to just trust them that it happened as reported. Large chunk of Chinese rocket comes crashing down and lodges in a field. I pointed this out the other day. Just a heads up, they're going to be dropping some space junk. And again, space junk hitting the Earth is a new phenomenon. It kicked off after the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling, as we said it would. They encode their entire agenda into these stories, and we were able to accurately predict the advent of space junk. If you recall last year at this very same time, I said, look at what's on Netflix, look what's on HBO, and look at the blockbuster films. You've got The 100 about falling space stations. You've got HBO's Raised by Wolves, the Ark space station falling. You've got the Don't Look Up movie about a big comet hitting the Earth, moonfall, moon falling to Earth, satellite falling to Earth. I mean, I'm just saying, we've been inundated with this type of imagery. And it can't be a coincidence that Roland Emmerich directed Moonfall as he directed Independence Day, which prepared us for 9/11 in many ways. They give you the imagery you'll need to conceptualize these unbelievable events they're going to present you with in the future. And we've been presented with a bunch of space junk. Called this out last year, real time as it was happening. I'm saying, look at all this programming underway. And ever since, this is a common story. Villages in India going into bunkers because of space junk alerts, space junk lockdowns. And they're even saying that space junk is worse because of climate change. Nicholas Pitt says, any thoughts on Nathan Oakley and the Flat Earth Debate channel? I think they're still going in circles. If they haven't taken a straight path directly south without deviation, then what are they doing? There's a point where it just seems like they're more invested in just maintaining the conversation as a hypothetical, very ivory tower. He could have gone and circumvented Antarctica 3 times by now. Why can't they continue their debates while they're on the road? Debate the shape of the Earth as you go south. And if you come back to the point of origin, this guy wins. If you end up somewhere else, you're eaten by dinosaurs or you fall off an edge, this guy wins. But I haven't listened recently. But I can't imagine what new ground they could be possibly treading. And I don't know how critical they are of other facets of our fake cosmography. It's not just about the shape of the Earth. That's not even a big deal to me. The main thing is, it's about how much of our worldview has been filtered through a false model. And the Achilles heel to me is not this supposed curve, and you can debate as to whether or not you can see it. I mean, look, the true believers will see it. Every true believer says, I saw the curve from a plane, or I saw the curve from my backyard. They don't even care. They just believe it. And the consensus is on their side. But the Achilles heel is the space station and the poor special effects. The space station going back 20 years. Not just the stuff right now, but if you go back, there is so much. The obvious fact that the spacewalks are all done underwater. I mean, I hope that Tom Cruise is doing his scuba diving lessons, because that's what he's going to be doing. He's the first civilian who's going to do a spacewalk. Yep. Spoiler alert, Tom Cruise, you're going underwater. Okay, let us continue going through some headlines. Elon Musk's tweet about Pelosi's attacker was a test. Again, does anybody here not find it unusual that the attacker's name is Pepe, like Pepe the Frog? I mean, Dapape. It's not exactly, but it's just so close. It's proximal. It's so close. It's got to be David DePepe. One of the changes that Pope Elon is going to make to Twitter, if you pay $20 a year, you can get your blue check. And I want to point out that this idea of being verified by a blue check in a social media platform, we started that in 2017 with the blue wrenches. So if you don't know what the blue wrenches are, it was our way of verifying members of the think tank to show that these are people making comments in good faith, not trolls, not disruptors. And what we did by giving everyone the blue wrench is we gave every single one of them the ability to ban anybody who didn't have a wrench. And I said, for the most part, ban them all. And if they're legitimately interested in having a wrench and being a part of our think tank, they can email me and I'll pull them out of the dungeon, give them a wrench, and they're in. You know, it's sort of a kind of like an initiation for the noobs, but it worked and it improved. It's like what we have in Discord now. But we were doing this before there was Discord, using the wrench as a blue check verification. That's the symbol of the blue wrench. But anyway, David Hogg tweeted about this because it's $20 a month for a blue check, and he said, quote, "I'm not paying $240 a year to be verified. Absolutely the F not." Legal Man from US Crime Review responded, "Dude, stop pretending. The FBI will be paying this charge on your account as a business expense." I'm pretty sure his mom writes his tweets anyway, or his FBI dad. Are they both FBI? I know his grandfather gave him Masonic lapel pins. He was wearing those at one of these events. He's an interesting case study, though, in time travel, of people from another timeline, another reality, people who didn't exist, suddenly existing. And the way they do this is they come through the screen. It's like a portal. 1 minute this person doesn't exist. It's a hypothetical. It's a character. It's a character in a script. Then he's on the screen, and now the actor that played that person plays that role, and voila. Give him a backstory, now he exists. It's like time travel. And he's a perfect example of a situation where you have a character in a story, a propaganda skit, becoming real. By the way, you know that recent shooting in St. Louis was at a school of performing arts? Nothing unusual about that. Performance arts students. I mean, I remember the reporter looked like a student. I'm like, is this her first gig? She's got a lanyard on. She's trying to look concerned. And it turned out, yeah, that was all a school. And one of the victims was shot through both hands, probably a way to allude to Christ. And the bullet holes to the hands, of course, this person who died in this way was, by coincidence, a member of March for Our Lives. Give me a break. Should have been Run for Our Lives anyway. All right, let me go ahead and play this clip. If you haven't seen it, this is from the Halloween party in South Korea. This is the person getting the leg CPR. That's definitely leg CPR. I don't see any blood. And they already have the orange tape up. I'm sorry, but you're saving lives. And some of these people just seem unconcerned. And something else too, I think a lot of them are just playing lookout. You have hundreds of people, 10,000 people, and we don't see any footage that doesn't come from these selected released footage, bits of footage. And you know, there was another event recently where it was one of these, I think it was a trampling. Anyway, there's so many of these events, but one of them was the other trampling. But you find footage of cameramen recording the actors up front. It was big in Ukraine. cameramen on bicycles going close up to the scene, not stopping to help the person on the ground, but just capturing the moment. All right, a lot of these people who gave their hot takes on the attack on Paul Pelosi are deleting their tweets. Here's one, Greg Kelly, just wondering if Pelosi tried to stage her own mini January 6th, leaving the door open for an insurrectionist and this DePepe fellow. Anyone here agree with me that what we're looking at is a setup, a trap, that this was intended to get a lot of people to go with a part of the narrative that can be used against them later? That's definitely what it's looking like to me. It's looking to me like this was a setup. Biden calls Paul Pelosi attack despicable. Quote, enough is enough, ripping on right-wing hate that fueled it. Enough is enough could also be a reference to the Illuminati playing card with Donald Trump, which happens to be a card about a sniper. And if you look at the background behind the Donald Trump-esque visage there, it looks like COVID. It's supposed to be bullet holes, but it actually looks like COVID. Like, what are the odds? My third eye says, social media in general is a setup. Yes, the only way to win is not to play. Or the only way to not lose. That's why we take the off-world stage perspective here. I'm inclined to think the whole thing is theater. Obviously, it's a huge trap. Tominoid2 says Pape equals Pope in French. Well, he definitely does tie into Pepe the Frog. His website was called Hello Friends or something like that. And F-R-E-N-S is how Pepe the Frog says friends. I mean, I've studied their frog culture. And think about that. I mean, this is a direct tie-in. Pepe the Frog, how he went from harmless to hate symbol. But Hello Friends, F-R-E-N-S, you see it on a lot of their garments. So for him to have that in his website is a sure indicator that his name is a tie-in. That's a world stager name. I think the whole thing is a hoax. And I still have the right to be wrong, I believe. Although they do their best to stop us from expressing wrong think. Alright, I think I have a voicemail I want to play here. I have a few voicemails. Quite a few here. Let me catch up on these. Let's go with this first one.
Yes. After reviewing the details of your current legal actions against QAnon, or the people running QAnon, I determined some very definite relationships. That is to say, I can now lay out the precise purpose of QAnon. And
okay, this is a message from Lynn saying, I can lay out the precise purpose of QAnon by extension the Trump campaign to continue to prop up the big lie of 9/11, Sandy Hook, Boston Marathon, and the whole array of active shooter drills that have been conducted here in the United States with the cooperation of local and state police departments that train in Israel and are based in... Interesting. Okay, this is a longer message. It's kind of low on the volume, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise the volume on it, and I'll respond to this separately, and likely follow it up with a phone call. The suggestion here, of course, is that Q, despite being supposedly against the system, is doing damage control for big Psywar. And I think that is the case. I think that's the case.
Hey, Tim. It's me. I got a new phone, but
Okay, got your new email address. Already got that one. Okay, cool. You can leave me voicemails, 833-311-1984. Again, 833-311-1984. 311 is when 1984 started. Thinks he's a penguin 101 says, I dropped my wrench at the Travis Scott concert. Now, for the most part, I can't hand out wrenches on the YouTube because I've been blocked from every account. I can only access them with the keys that I have to live stream on these channels. Again, Kanye West and Waynell Sexton, that's fake news, dangerous misinformation, malinformation, I would say. That is a deep fake. Now, there's this theory, I don't know if there's any validity to it, that Kobe Bryant's death, which I do think was staged, but that it was followed up by his reemergence on the world stage as a football player. And the thing is, you can't go from being a tall, skinny basketball player to a massive football player overnight. And I think the theory here is that Myles Garrett, and this is not my theory, that football player Myles Garrett, and look, a lot of this stuff doesn't add up. He's 270 pounds, is actually Kobe Bryant in some kind of a bodysuit, like one of these muscle suits, like what The Rock probably wears. And these things are real. I've looked into these bodysuits. They have them for men, they have them for women, and they're hyper realistic and they're getting better all the time. I'm talking about like you put on a sweater and now you're like Schwarzenegger. You got the muscles like without even having to do the work. Anyhow, there is this theory that Myles Garrett, the football player, is actually Kobe Bryant in one of these suits. And one of these pictures that someone sent to me to make their case is Myles with his hand on his chest, and it does look a little rubbery. It just does. But that's, look, that's not necessarily evidence. It's just one photo, but this is a still shot. But anyway, it's just interesting to see a year after having heard that theory, it's still being tossed around. And you know what? You don't have to arrive at conclusions right now on anything. You're under no obligation to be coerced or extorted into taking sides. Thinks as a Penguin says those bots are not contributing to the conversation for some reason. Right. Free girls in your city. Probably trying to get the QAnoners to go save some human trafficking victims. But I'm going to go ahead and delete the bots because we will get flagged for spam. They actually suggest, by their way of punishing this, that the person who is hosting the bots on their chat is responsible for them. ShakeMyHead.com. Australia can't prevent the collapse of U.S. democracy, but we can learn from it. And the image here, and this is from the Sydney Morning Herald. I thought it was Shake My Head. The Sydney Morning Herald, it's got a hammer smashing the Capitol in half with blood all over the American flag. I would say, too, that the proximity to the midterms, which has been compared to the Civil War era midterms, 1862, that this would explain the ramping up of this absurdist rhetoric. Elon Musk posts and then deletes conspiracy theory that Nancy Pelosi was attacked by, yes, someone he knew. But they're saying it was a MAGA supporter. Don Jr. deletes explicit posts mocking Paul Pelosi. Now, look, I have to say, Donald Trump Jr. is a sicko because he's mocking the attack, but he has no inkling that the attack is fake. Like, he's pretty sure it's real. He just thinks that, yeah, it's because of their lax take on crime or because he invited the guy in. And I can understand how they arrived at that. Again, my theory was that they were watching Jeffrey Dahmer or something, and DePepe tried to leave, and that would explain the broken glass on the outside of the house. He probably used the gavel to break out. I mean, you don't know. The fact is, we're still waiting. None of us know. We don't even have the final version yet. But why is it even being put out there as bait for people like Don Jr. and Elon Musk? I think the answer is obvious. Trump was smart not commenting until after the dust settled. Donald Trump Sr., who just said it was a terrible thing. Now, none of them will go so far as to say it's fake. Catching up on some comments. Again, if you want to join us in the chat, just go to ips.monster. If you're listening on the podcast after, ips.monster, there's a big button. Just takes you right into the chat. 24/7, infinite plane radio think tank omni chat. It never gets deleted. All of the links, all of the images, all the memes are saved. We're going to have them eventually carved into our own guide stones at some point in the future. Unlike YouTube, they delete stuff, but we're ground zero now. Again, ips.monster. Kanye West attacks the mother. Look, people use the word attack too much. Like you're attacking me on Twitter. Like if you can't physically bleed, you're not being attacked. These are just words. It's like he's being shot at. Kanye West attacks mother of George Floyd's daughter over $250 million. I can understand why, because he gave her $2 million for college a couple of years ago. Now they want $250 because he said it was fentanyl. But that's, of course, because he's taken the White Lives Matter line, which is the antagonist here. But why use the word attacks like this, just so loosely? From QAnon to Sandman, how demons found a place in popular culture. We do seem to be experiencing something of a satanic panic, but you can't laugh at the satanic panic and the satanic phobes on the right who have good reason, because all the celebrities are parading around with satanic signs and emblems and everything else. They embrace the aesthetic. Marina Abramovich, is an icon to a lot of these, and this is all, again, to me, it's too easy to conclude it's satanic. As if that really means anything. I mean, I'm just saying the aesthetics are there. However, the people mocking the satanic panic are having right now a climate panic. They believe we're in the end times. Like, never forget that the extremist fundamentalists who believe we are in the end times, the ones who want to shut down society to save it, they're the extremists. They're the ones with the real power anyway. They're the ones who tax you. I mean, I had to get an emissions test to help plug up the hole in the ozone because of the California Clean Air Act. Like, I'm sorry, but no church is going to tithe me to plug up the satanic portal above the White House that Roger Stone was talking about. No, it's the ones who have the backing of science that get the money. They have found a way to create a flood myth with a scientific basis. Satanic panic, climate panic, same thing. We're all in the end times, apparently. Law enforcement warns of conspiracy-driven violence ahead of midterms, Department of Homeland Security. Department of Homeland Security is an acting troupe. I mean, yes, they're supposedly tasked with keeping us safe, but I think they're also the ones who stage a lot of these events. And it's just telegraphing. They've already telegraphed what they're going to do. If the DHS is saying there's going to be conspiracy-driven violence, and if there's conspiracy-driven violence in any of the popular entertainment, it's probably going to be a thing. I was watching The Watchers on Netflix, and in the second episode, I believe, they make a QAnon reference to blood-drinking QAnoners, where the former owner of the house claims that his kids stumbled upon a satanic ritual and they were drinking the blood from a baby. They talked about adrenochrome. Like, that's still being put out there. And I'm like, wait, how come on Netflix they can put that idea out there? But if I talk about it, I get censored. Laura Logan talks about it. She gets pulled off Newsmax. And I'm just telling you, it's because they're not principled. They're not principled when it comes to free speech. It's about killing free speech. It's about moderating all speech. And they obviously don't care about guns or getting rid of guns. They simply don't want certain people to have guns. I've already discussed this. Again, Elon Musk comes out dressed up in a red suit of armor, looking sort of like the Iron Man. And my contention is that he's playing the role of the Emperor from Tarot card number 4. And it ties into the age of Mars, ties into Aries, but specifically the planet Mars is something that's associated with Elon Musk. Not a coincidence. The attacker, DePepe, was not at the 1/6 event. I just did some basic fact checking on a popular meme. New track here also by one of our own here. T-Dog had posted a link yesterday. I'll put that out there. Penguinzilla next. Let me play this clip though. I want to show you that the heated political rhetoric is not one-sided.
And the donor class can't just sit back on the sidelines and say, oh, well, don't worry, this will all work itself out. They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump. And that's...
You hear that? they're pretty blatant in what they say. Tomanoid2 says never-ending panic-demic. Oh yes, I mean there is a panic-demic. I do believe that hypochondria is now pandemic. And we're all disaster trolls. Just a heads up, it's the new meme. We're all, quote, disaster trolls. Unbelievable. Well, it actually makes perfect sense. I mean, look, they're ratcheting up the attack on any kind of competition and any kind of fact-checking that is not under their control because it is a monolithic media, quote, globally. They only make it look like they have different sides. And I'm also advising or following closely, I mean, follow who you want to. But if you think Kanye West and Elon Musk and Trump are somehow on your side and this is some trifecta fighting against the deep state, I almost think that they're just counterparts to Zuckerberg and Mark Cuban and, you know, probably just some other George Soros, I would say, left-wing billionaires. It just seems too stagey. Anyway, this is Penguinzilla.
Time to turn my game off in payers.
Maximilian. I'll catch you all later on today. I'm just going to go back to the 24/7 after.
Back.
Subscribe to the newsletter.
Tim, so real, never miss a beat. His mouth is so full of creel, it's spilling out his beak. Never trigger the fight or flight response of a flightless bird. When the Penguinzilla scream is heard, the Kraken is being fed, so spread the word. We storm Antarctica because the storm is coming. Pick and deal, we sure will. Raise the roof for a piece of grill. John the Plumber brings us info across enemy lines. Lynn Ertl will deconstruct a political trap inside your minds and expose a cast of 1,000 characters across the map. We can't fly, but we can flat. Chief Pro makes sure our knowledge will grow. Dinosaurs in space bumping in my stereo 50 times in a row. Underwater red-eye flight full of auto hoax in sight. Solemite fly and ready rail bumping in my whip. Putting dynamite to lies. Shout out to Neo Mode Gucci Flip. Who's pulling false teeth out of the truth movement while keeping the penguins illumined with no confusion? It's Tim Osmond, navigator of the Infinite Plane Society. End of the world was 2020 and we had no anxiety. Eating popcorn, filming clinics, but not a single customer in it. Why auto hoax is important to us. It provides reality over Scooby-Doo justice. Tear the mask off of your toothpaste actors. Feeding pigeons rice because bread makes them fatter. MSM is looking sus, especially if you add a plus. There is a war on it for your mind, said the famous Judas. Guardrails are making your mind follow the yellow brick road. Dark matter digital network is ready to explode. You can find us screaming, do you yield? Holding wrenches up to the lizard man down the field. Before you come to defend a new crisis faker, do us a favor and walk the Osmond's razor.
Chicken be saying sky is falling. At least that's what you think because of the TV. And the Blue 13, you stay up till 12 a.m. to hear that it's raining cats and dogs. Your sheeples probably are tickled pink. The others are sweat and so are you. At least that if you hear it on the TV. I don't pay 10 cents for this vaccine. Picked up a mask, call the doctor. It's contaminated by the air you breathe, and so is your TV screen. Everybody's stuck in their house because of the pandemic, but everybody knows pandas aren't real. If you look inside their house and sit in the front of the TV and squeal because the TV says it's raining glass, so put on your spacesuit. If you think I'm lying, check the TV. It says we are all dying. Where's the danger in this? Even my computer has an antivirus. If you want to make people safe, why do you make people pay? Space is fake and the Earth will simulate breakfast plate. If you think we're gonna get locked up in jail, you probably think Earth sits on a giant whale. You quarantine man just to watch TV? They think they gotta watch them all. They think their home is just their Pokeball. If studies say that electronics are bad for you, then why do they make you watch more TV, but they never say decontaminate that screen? Game over!
It's not what you think, homeboy. Space is fake. It's all just start doing this. Space is fake.
Research Marcus Goldfinch. That would be Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworm. Space is fake AF, stating the obvious. Great video. I put a link in the chat if you want to go ahead and join our Discord server there. All of the music we play can be found. If you just get your scroll on, it's a permanent record. Our think tank does not get deleted every week like it used to. Now we have an actual permanent record. If we can just get some stones, we might get it all carved into stones, replace the Georgia Guide stones. Lots of things are happening today. It's 9/24/2022. The world is supposed to end today, according to an ad hoc Simpsons prophecy based on a gaffe. People are misinterpreting a speech they couldn't even understand because it was in a foreign language. But part of it, taken out of context, made it seem like 9/24 would be ominous, and this was correlated with some Simpsons episodes. Very weak in terms of predictive programming value, but I will say this. I think that the entire 9/24 hype was an operation, a psyop, by the media in order to make it look like those of us who actually analyze predictive programming don't have a clue, or that we're just grasping at straws, or that we're cherry picking, which is the opposite of what we're doing. It was a really bad attempt. I think it's an attempt to discredit. Not that it matters. The facts speak for themselves, and the media is self-discrediting. The world stage media is all fiction. Okay, tomorrow rather, 9/25 is going to be See-Say Day. If you see something, say something. And I have a list of things that I've seen that I want to say something about. Mainly green screen glitches on the ISS and moon rocks, well, what are purported to be moon rocks, but what are actually chunks of petrified wood. We have to say something about that. Someone called the government. Let's see, something else. Oh, yes. World Gorilla Day, Rip Harambe. There's something else. Oh, yeah, big story. The teacher, the shop teacher, Lynn, was on the phone with me last night. We were talking for a couple of hours, and we discussed the shop teacher. And everyone should know, I think if you were just to search right now on the internet, shop teacher, I think this will come up. And the story is, there's a shop teacher with these really large, I even feel kind of strange searching it. I don't want to, there's certain memes, like Ontario. And I think the person is, here it is. Canadian school defense teacher who wore giant breasts to class, prompting a protest. Now, we've all heard about this story. This has gone viral. And basically, you have this shop teacher with very long hair and gigantic, well, these are not real. They're wearing some kind of a rubber suit. She might as well have, this is fake. And my point is, she's wearing massive fake breasts. And this is a parody. It's some kind of attempt, I think, well, I figured yesterday, this has got to be an attempt to make it look like people are, I don't know, bigots for calling into question things that are obviously questionable. So you just don't even say anything, just everything's normal now. Anyway, I did not accept this as real. I don't think this is authentic. I think this person is being dishonest. And the reason why I think so is that no shop teacher would have a wig on and work on equipment like this, a lathe or a saw, without their hair tied back. That's basic. Same with the thing that he's wearing on his chest. My point is, this is obviously some kind of a ruse. Well, I have a little more information on this story, and it came from a very, very credible source. I believe it came from 4chan, but I think there's something to it. There's a history to this person, and this might actually be something of a psyop wrapped within a psyop, in an already psyop-saturated media environment where nobody knows what's real and what's fake. In this case, what it seems to be is that this is a teacher who was dispensing red pills in class, protesting wokeness, nearly lost his job over his toxic masculinity, and this is his revenge. He's demonstrating absurdity by being absurd, and he's deliberately provoking the school to fire him so he can sue for discrimination. Again, here's the posting. This is from Anonymous. The dude is gaming the system. An anon here yesterday was in this dude's class. The teacher was almost fired for, quote, toxic masculinity last year, as well as not embracing woke culture. He had dropped red pills to his class, such as how silly gender-neutral bathrooms are, and the school board hates him. He's now upping the ante to exploit the very clown world the school and society itself created. His long game is most likely to get fired and then sue for discrimination. There is no other explanation. No better way to troll the clown world than to become an over-the-top caricature. And to me, this is the most likely explanation that I've come across yet. This is some kind of troll, a very deliberate troll, done by someone who is perhaps, this is some kind of a protest, in other words. Nico Troma says, this guy is my new hero. Yeah, same. She's my hero too. I just don't want, like, I was worried about the long hair and the equipment. It's a bad example to set. Somebody could get hurt. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. We can also talk about the CERN portal. Apparently they're talking to demons on the other side. As if we didn't already know. The ritual that they performed at the opening was clearly to summon Cernunnos, their horned god of the wild forces of nature. Not surprised at all that they're openly talking to demons now. Let me go ahead and play that. Let's talk about the CERN entities. We'll wait a few more people to show up. I send out text notifications, live stream notifications on... Oh, you know what? I forgot to send it on Telegram. I should probably make that happen. All right, here we go. This is CERN now admits they're communicating with entities from the other side.
Lighter and these beings that they're in communication with. So we're talking about the premier scientists on planet Earth right now who are actively engaged, according to their own words, communicating with something with a personality, in their own words, from another dimension, and that's the purpose of the collider. I mean, people need to understand this is not science fiction. This is fact.
That's correct. What I write about in my novels,
right?
I place a storyline that is embedded with science fact. Everything that I present publicly in the books, public speaking, is all drawn from their own scientific journals and white papers. And then I'm able to see what they're doing. Not just extrapolate, but...
This is, again, CERN talking about... Again, you can believe this if you want. Obviously, this is Anthony Patch, and he has written books about this. Let me go ahead and play a few more seconds.
See in the real time what it is they're doing. Not a future agenda, but what they're doing right now today. The imminency of what they intend to do, which is opening this gateway. And understand that the world of science in terms of particle physics also overlaps into DNA, into biology.
Yes.
There's a multifaceted, multi-level agenda at play, not just with CERN, but it's proof of concept feeder labs around the world that feed into CERN. So we are talking about changing humans, changing the planet. We're talking about not only bringing in information through a portal.
Now, the portal phrase here, this is something I've seen in a lot of the movies these days, the predictive programming, Get Ready for Nuclear Winter, and portals play some kind of a role. And there are a number of shows that have to do with portals and time travel. Was it Man in the High Castle, Philip K. Dick? Very interesting. But recently, Joe Rogan spoke with Mark Zuckerberg, and he had referred to his iPhone as a, quote, portal. What Lynn referred to as the slab, the monolith. Yeah, it's the portal, and I believe what is it, the new Portal Plus? Like, what is with that? Mark Zuckerberg sat down with Joe Rogan. We took notes, and through this tiny portal we carry around on a phone. And I'm just bringing this up in the context of there being some kind of a darker agenda behind a lot of these seemingly benign technologies that are only there to monitor everything, every thought. But and look, this is something else too I came across today. We've been talking about the idea of implantables, and I did find there's a story out today about people who are actually implanting themselves with magnets so they can wear their iPhones. It's actually happening. Like, it's not mainstream yet. It's just you're kind of having to get it done. Some dark alley, you can find someone who can insert a magnet in your arm so you can wear your device. All right, continuing, joined by Echo Charlie, Wonka World 737, Angst G, Maskless, Faceless, 820, R. Cook. Yeah, R. Cook says, the shop teacher, Oakville, close to me, I heard she's a troll. Exactly. That's the rumor. It's a troll. Yes, happy Saturn Day, says T-Dog135. This is Infinite Plane Saturn Day. I would have started sooner, but we had a 5-hour live stream last night. We had a long phone call. We covered a lot of topics. We may go over some of what we discussed last night. One of the things that stood out from last night's conversations is that we are witnessing the emperor's new clothes. Like, we are the kid pointing out that the emperor has no clothes, that the president is seemingly senile and blurting out stories about some bad things he did in the past, and everyone just pretends like it's nothing. It's surreal. And the Emperor's New Clothes story is a perfect example of self-deception, gaslighting, conformity. And again, what we're referring to is yesterday there was this bizarre statement that Joe Biden made, and nothing can explain it away. His little statement about the woman in the room that he recognized, and he said, I remember you from when I was 12, or you were 12 and I was 30. It's just something strange. Very strange. Let me go ahead and play that clip. This was at a teachers union thing, and he singled her out, and everybody laughed. Obviously, it's a
But guess what? We got a lot to do. You gotta say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
There you have it. Why are they laughing? Nothing. Nothing can explain that. I've been waiting for some kind of story to say you're crazy or you're a hater or you're a bigot if you don't think that's funny. I don't know what to make of it. A few more video clips I want to go through here. This is the Chinese space station. It's so hilariously bad that this didn't get any coverage in America. You're not seeing the footage of the space station that China put up there. You can tell, I mean, I titled this one Space Station Made in China. It is terrible. It is the worst that I've seen, the worst version of a space station that I've seen. My point is, the public doesn't know the difference anyway. They should have just shared it. But it's comical. And if you didn't know, on the Chinese space station, they have magic mason jars where you can pour your water into one of these mason jars and it won't float out. Even though you're floating around the room, it's got its own little gravity inside. It's amazing. It's either that or the whole thing is staged and fake and it's being done on the ground and they're very sloppy. I mean, Occam's razor would say that's the case. Now, I don't want to play this necessarily, but there's this video of a Catholic priest baptizing a baby, and the baby's very slippery and jumpy, and it pretty much jumps out of his hands. And, I mean, it looks really bad, like he's dashing the kid's head against the bathtub. But how many of these baptism videos have you seen that are just like the baby's crying, the priest looks like Nosferatu. Here you have him dropping it, looking like he dropped his iPhone. The look on his face is what really stands out to me. It's like I'll play it. Ooh, my bad. Unbelievable. Okay, let's see who else is here. Look, we have phones are open if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. If you disagree with anything we say here, if you believe in magic sky cathedrals, space stations, please feel free to call in. All right, let's see. We said, would you rather have a portal or a vortex in your phone? Right. Well, it's a Black Mirror, which is already ominous. And I heard that there's another show that's worth watching. I think it's on Amazon. Similar to Black Mirror. It's called Black Box, and I may check it out. One of the themes that I've seen, in addition to portals and nuclear winter, is the digital transcendence. The idea that your consciousness itself can be uploaded into a computer. Now, this is very similar to what we've been discussing with regard to non-biological entities residing within sophisticated computers, like in the Transformers show. And this is interesting. We were watching the news because at the end of Westworld Season 4, you have this scene on a dam, and there's discussion about dams all over the place, from this Watergate-like January 6th Commission through all the TV shows, the Batman movie, the flooding of the poles, and here we are watching Westworld, and it starts off on Hoover Dam. Well, a couple of days later, there's an explosion at Hoover Dam in real life. One of the Transformers exploded. So we delve into this. It turns out that there's a Transformers movie that takes place at the Hoover Dam. And this is where the non-biological entities have their consciousness stored, uploaded into these machines, these Transformers. So there's some kind of thing that has been a recurring theme. Then you have a show called, I think it's just called Upload, where instead of going to heaven when you die, you can have your mind put into this metaverse-like place where you can still interact with your family members. You can still communicate with them through a sort of an internet. This is also the theme in the 100. They had this place called the City of Light where Ellie would upload your consciousness. Ellie was the AI that took over all the world governments and decided that for the world's own good, it would be best to exterminate the human race and digitize them. Get rid of their carbon footprint altogether. Infinite Plane Radio. Okay, very interesting. They have to let the NSA patch in. Go ahead and redial that number. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, I just had to look up who Nosferatu is. Oh my God, that was great.
Oh yeah, Nosferatu. The
face.
Okay, there was a priest who looked. I'll look it up. Priest baptism. I'm just gonna put in Nosferatu because he looked like Nosferatu.
Oh, the face. Yeah, that was like, oh my God, that's what the priest looked like.
Yeah, unbelievable. Do you saw the priest dashing the baby's head against the
No,
the
I
bath?
was listening. I don't want to see it. No, but I was listening, but no, I don't want to see that.
Yeah, I think
I
it was
heard the
fine.
crowd. I heard gasping of the crowd.
Yes. Then you have the French priest who slapped the baby during the baptism. Then you have the one that used the holy water in a water gun at 6 feet social distancing. That was during COVID. So,
That's hilarious.
someone needs to do a video of baptisms gone wrong. And this isn't the worst kind of stuff you'll find at the hands of these various priests. I found it. This is the Nosferatu guy. Relatives shocked as priest slaps crying baby. And it was pretty bad. And here they are handing it over to the priest because he's a man of God. And I'm like, do these people not read the news? He slaps it because it won't stop crying. And it's like, and then he holds it up to his ear like he's listening to it, like he's hearing its heartbeat. I mean, the way he responds to the baby, the way he moves around it, he reminds me of Nosferatu. There's no other way to describe it. He's not a babysitter. This is not the babysitting type. I think he was preparing. Like, I don't know. He looked at it like it was something to eat.
So this is Catholics, right? The baptism.
Yes. It's definitely not only Catholic. Catholics, I think they do it in the church. I've seen other places they do it in rivers. That's like Baptists, I guess. But I'm pretty sure it's a much more varied tradition, and I don't think they have like a monopoly on it.
Okay, so something's coming to me here. So I think number one, the churches are starting to, just like the Mason lodges, they're starting to die out because they don't have enough people that want to be celibate for their whole life. And I think that there's like some kind of maybe internal crumbling happening here where, I don't know, maybe we're just seeing a few of tens of thousands, but I wouldn't be surprised to see more. And then, does it correspond with CERN opening a portal?
Well, the CERN cranked it up on 7/6, which was that, or the day after that. It was like right a couple of days after the Georgia Guidestones blew up. CERN was cranked up, and now I have that video I played of someone talking about something. I'm trying to figure out what this all is. I don't think that they're actually there performing the experiments that they say they are. I think it's all just simulation. But I do think there is quite a lot of, I would say, activities around CERN that lead me to think that it has more to do with the worship of the Earth God. You got the occult statues. You got the obvious 666 in the logo. I mean, what's your general take on this CERN and the portal thing?
It totally makes sense that is what they're doing, something there. We really don't know what. And it's a gigantic black budget, just like NASA. So yeah, and the whole portal thing, I don't know. I think that kind of stuff is possible. So
Well, there's a show called Dark that I was watching, and it is about a portal beneath a nuclear silo, and it's something like you can travel back and forward in 33-year increments. Very interesting kind of plot twist there. But again, Man in a High Castle, portals. Like many movies I'm watching are portals. So in the Dark, it has an opening in 2019, 1986, and 1953. And this is all very interesting to me in general, just because they choose the number 33 for some specific reason, and it has this golden time travel sphere. But fascinating stuff, and time travel didn't really interest me all that much until it came up in the Donald Trump story, and I was talking about how he was in the Quantum Leap episode, It's a Wonderful Leap, where it's a young Donald Trump in 1958.
on a time travel show, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then in those stories, he's a time traveler, right?
Yep, exactly.
Is it? Weird. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. I'm just going to bring up Art Bell here because I've listened to a lot of the old shows, and when he has like his line where he only takes calls from time travelers, every once in a while there's somebody who's very believable. I'm not saying it's real, but man, they sure are believable. And they've got like answers right away, and it's like something out of the ordinary, but totally makes sense in a way that it would be like that. It's very interesting.
Well, I'm interested
he had
in
Eternal call in. He had an Eternal line, and one woman out of all the ones I heard, there was one woman that was very credible.
Well, I've taken this topic of time travel, not so much literally at this time, but mostly I like to think about how they bend the news and how they manipulate or conform events to fit a predetermined program. And when they insert fake people into the news that didn't exist before, just like spies, you give them a fake backstory. It's analogous to a time traveler, and they are the controllers of time and space. And I think that this is a cult that is basically worshiping the god of time, and that's what Saturn would be, death, time.
Right. It's, very interesting. Okay, so why? Why time? Because what, you control things over, like, periods? I don't know.
My best guess, based on their symbolism, I think that there's some kind of science to the migration or transmigration of souls, something they know about, something about recycling of souls. And we talk about the reset a lot. And one of the ideas implicit in these resets, if they're cyclical, is that whoever's behind it, whoever hits the reset button, they don't get thrown back a couple centuries. It's just the masses. And it got me thinking, maybe that's one of their big secrets. Maybe there's some kind of science behind a person undergoing serial reincarnation. That's kind of one of the things that has crossed my desk recently.
Serial reincarnation. What's that?
As in having yourself born again and having your without a loss of consciousness, without an amnesic break between lives, like a continuity of consciousness across several lifetimes. In other words, everyone else has to reset when they die, but you don't. That's the only kind of immortality I can envision that would be achievable.
All right, so I would explain that by, you had mentioned, you said something once about people having to climb the pyramid and be backstabbing and anything it takes to get higher up on the line. But I think that actually the top is the blue bloods. They're born into it. I don't think they have to. There might be some people that fight their way up into that. I think it's probably pretty rare. And so that would be, all right, so, and that all kind of ties into cycles in time. You said cycles, and I think that's the key to time, is the cyclic nature of it, somehow,
Okay, let me bring this up. You said blue bloods. I want to talk about what the blue bloods might be from your perspective, because if you look at the Blue Origin, and think about that phrase, Blue Origin, the rocket company that Bezos has, and its logo is like a blue feather. And I'm thinking, what is that blue feather, blue blood? And I think it means blue blood because the capsule is analogous to the capstone on the
Yeah.
pyramid. So I'm thinking
Yeah,
blue
they're already
blood,
on top.
blue origin, and then he's the guy who spent $42 million on a clock, a shrine, a
Right,
clock in his
right.
mountain that has a quote capstone. The only part that's above ground is the capstone, and it's a lens that brings light in to
Okay.
power the thing.
Yeah, he's a blue blood. He's in the group. Yeah. It's these, David Wilcock did a lot of deep dives into blue bloods. He gave a list of names once that was like 22 names of these families that are the blue bloods, and they're in every ethnic group. There's a Chinese bunch, there's a Russian bunch, English, British, Europe, America. They all have their little blue blood lines that are the great rulers and controllers.
you
That's
said-
how I see it. I think that's how it is.
You said 22?
I think so, but I'm not sure. He gave a list once on one of the lectures he gave a long time ago. A lot of the stuff I watched from him was from 2011 and 2012, like back then.
Well, I bring this up because are you familiar with the Paramount Pictures, the mountain? It's like it says Paramount
Yeah.
Pictures, and it has the 22 stars around it. And
Dude, I can't believe it. I just counted those last night on a movie. I freeze framed it and counted the stars.
okay, well, the number
Yes, I'm sorry,
22.
go
Well, someone somewhere had said that when the Watchers fell, the ones that rebelled, the ones that chose to fall down or whatever, it's not the same story as Lucifer falling, but the Watchers that fell landed on Mount Hermon. And there are some that say that Paramount Pictures is presenting you Mount Hermon, and those 22 stars refers to the fallen angels that plotted together and descended. And I don't know the precise numbers, if it was 22 or 220, but somehow I've seen that correlated.
Wow, that's really good. That totally makes sense. Yeah, because that shows that's where the stars come down, and then they go into a circle around the top of that mountain.
Yep.
Which, yeah. And, I'll tell you from another perspective, too, is if you think about what you were talking about, serial reincarnation, but they're reincarnating into these families, so they get taught everything right from the beginning. They're, like, indoctrinated completely. What
Right.
was something I was going to say?
Well, this thing with the mountain, this Mount Hermon is interesting to me because I found a way to take a day off work when I was in the Army. I was at Fort Bliss, and they said you could take a day off. It's called a day with God. And I did it to be ironic because I was pretty much atheistic at the time. And I was like, yeah, I'll go. And I went with a group of others with the chaplain. It was very informal. We were taken out. They had Subway cater to the place where we went. And we took a long walk up a mountain. And they didn't even talk about anything. It was just hanging out with the chaplain. He was there to answer questions. But I brought with me a book by Elizabeth Clare Prophet from the Church Universal Triumphant, and it was Fallen Angels and the Origin of Evil. And so I actually spent that day up on a mountain reading about Mount Hermon and these fallen angels. So the story's been really interesting to me because the idea is that this represents some kind of intervention where interference happened, where man was in some way empowered or corrupted, I guess you could say.
I'll tell you what I think about that, how I see it. When we come into physical form on this planet, catalyst makes us grow. We all know that some of our most challenging times in our lives have been our greatest lessons, and we learned a lot from it, and we were better for it. There are people on the planet, probably these blue bloods, these 22 families, that come to be that, to be the catalyst that helps the humans grow by being horrible. Horrible. They're gurus with sticks. And that's how I see it. They are here to create a catalyst, and they're doing it. They're doing a great job. That's how I see it, man. Yeah. And that ties into everything what we talked about this serial reincarnation actually being indoctrinated into these families. God.
Well, I got a little more information. I just posted it in the chat. There's a link. Paramount Pictures Subliminal Message Truth in Plain Sight. It says, the logo of Paramount Pictures starts off with 22 stars falling and coming down to a mountain. These represent the Watcher angels falling from heaven. Why 22? 22 of the angels are named in the book of Enoch as the conspirators of the pact they made to corrupt humanity and to create abominations. And this is the thing. I remember thinking the story was really interesting, how you had a group of angels who swore an oath to one another to betray God and go down and have a good time. And I thought, okay, this is very interesting. But there were names, and they named, like, this one taught men cosmetics, this taught gambling, this taught weapons of war, this taught, and each one had a specialty. Anyway, the 22 named angels seem to be associated with the 22 stars of Paramount, which would make that Mount Hermon.
That it all makes sense. It all really makes sense. Yeah, these are our elite. Yeah.
Very interesting too, considering the name. Okay, because it's Book of Enoch, which is what I was reading up there, and Enoch was this biblical patriarch who was able to be an intermediary because God wouldn't talk to them since they fell, so they were cut off. But God would talk.
Oh, so this is all right. So, but this isn't in the Old Testament. Is this
No.
one of the Apocrypha?
This is Apocrypha, and it's one of the apocryphal stories about the dynamics
'Cause
between
I've heard
the angels that
Yeah.
are condemned to earth forever until the end of time, and their only way to
So that's what the Book of Enoch is about.
yeah, and Enoch
I've
is
never
the
read it. I've only heard about it.
okay, well, it's worth a read because what happens is Enoch is able to communicate with God directly, and he's relaying the messages saying, hey, they're sorry that they did this. Can you let them back up? Can you take off the chains? And God's message to them is no, not until the end of time. So they're bound to the earth. And according to Elizabeth Clare Prophet's idea, they were destroyed in the flood. All their abominations were destroyed, but the spirits became non-biological entities, disincarnate, I guess, non-corporeal beings, and they still lurk around the world and require human vessels to operate. But this is the theory that evil has its origin with this specific group of fallen angels, and Enoch was the intermediary. And then one more thing about Enoch is most of the Western occult tradition is based on the magic of John Dee, and he used something called Enochian magic, and it was magic that was all about communicating with angels, presumably the same ones. I mean, it's all about conjuring these things or communicating with entities that are non-biological entities that can communicate to him through supposedly a black scrying mirror.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same as the entities that inhabited the Blue Bloods and here are on the planet for like millennia or however long they are.
That's what I'm wondering. Okay, the
said-
blue blood thing. Are we talking about? Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, are these what you would consider to be? I mean, they're not Nephilim. Nephilim would be something completely different. What would the blue bloods be?
The Blue Bloods are all right. So the Blue Bloods are just like us. When we're non-physical, we're all kind of the same. Before we come into bodies, into physical existence, we're eternal. That's where I'm coming from. So whatever your belief system is, whatever. But to me, we are eternal beings, and we come into physical existence. These people in the blue bloodlines are just like us on the other side. When you're on the other side, there's no good and bad. There's only love, how I see it. So you come into physical, they come in, they agree to be catalysts. They agree on the other side. We're all God on the other side, whatever that all-knowing vibrational eternity is. And so some of the players on the stage that agree to be the bad guy. And they're having fun, but I don't know if they are really. I think it's a really animalistic, sordid life. Yeah, and they're here they're bound to the planet just like we are, but they have kept secrets over time.
Well,
however long.
I agree with this.
10,000.
Like, I don't have any evidence that consciousness exterminates at death. I mean, maybe the body ceases to be a vehicle, but every indication that I've had is that there is some kind of a continual connection, but it's more intuitive and perhaps manifests through synchronicity or through other means. But yeah, I don't think that consciousness ends in death. I don't think you immediately vacate. And there's enough, I think, that you could consider to say, there's enough. I mean, is it evidence? I don't know. Does it require a leap of faith? Not really. I think
Quite a
direct
bit.
experience can kind of counteract the idea that consciousness is merely a byproduct of the brain.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous at this point, from my perspective.
But back to the thing with the non-biological entities, because the story, according to this theory, the origin of evil, is that these entities come down, they corrupt man, and they create a bunch of things that the creator, God, or whatever doesn't like, and he wipes them all out with the flood, but that their spirits remain, and that these are the source of demonic or possession or evil. But this was one explanation for evil, was that it's just like residual from the flood story.
From my perspective and how I see that is human beings welcome these things in, and they're here because they've been allowed and invited. And so, yeah, they do wreak havoc, and the ones that are inviting are probably mostly the blue bloods. I'm guessing there are other people that messed around with that shit. I don't know if Jack Parsons was a blue blood, but they played with witchcraft. They messed around with spells and stuff, like John Dee. I mean, who was he pulling in? And a lot of it has to do with, I guess all of it has to do with the intention of the human doing it. Were they conjuring the Antichrist, or were they just conjuring some, whatever contact they've had with some kind of being? I don't know. It gets sketchy when people start playing like that. I don't think it usually ends up very well.
With the Jack Parson thing,
For them.
it was obviously, for them, it was bringing about the spirit of the Antichrist, but they saw Christianity as the enemy of progress, that the old traditions needed to be burned down and replaced. They see it as sort of a revolutionary thing, and that the new age is a revolution that's encoded into the stars, that this is coming from higher. It's not a man-instigated revolution, and these old structures have to go away. So to say it's Antichrist, it doesn't necessarily mean, like the Hollywood version, Damien or Omen, not necessarily. But, we'll see.
The Bible has the original version.
And also, this is what I got to point out too. The term Antichrist is mostly a Hollywood construct. In its original form, it was never some bad guy. This was some kind of tampering by some Jesuit a few centuries ago.
Well, I wonder what the original language is. I wonder if we have somebody that knows whatever Hebrew or whatever they were speaking at the time, Aramaic, and know what that word is that we've all seen in English. Well, I'd like to know.
Joseph Atwill, who wrote Caesar's Messiah, and it was the Roman conspiracy to invent Jesus or something. Very interesting story, but his contention is, and again, this book, Caesar's Messiah, is kind of a must-read because it suggests that psyops have always been used to get the public to worship government or need the government or worship the leaders. But anyway, it's
a civilization, yeah.
Right, but
rather than hunter-gatherer groups, don't need it there.
Right, but anyway, in his book, the idea of the Antichrist wasn't referring to anything other than the subsequent or the replacement, the succession, the follow-up Christ, and that the idea was that, of course, there's a lineage or the apostolic succession. It was never about some nefarious character from the future that was going to wreck everything.
Okay.
Kind of like global warming, I think there's just, and maybe even with the CERN thing, it just seems like the power elite like to keep us with a great number of options to choose from for various doomsday scenarios. I think the most popular one today, like, did you see that guy at the tennis match who set himself on fire a couple days ago?
Oh, gee, what the hell? Yeah.
He's wearing a shirt that said, ban UK jets, or ban private jets in the UK. Now, he didn't burn. I mean, his arm burned and they put it out. He probably was opposed to using jet fuel, which would have totally torched him.
Yeah. All right. So entities are something different than the blue blood, as far as I'm concerned. And whether they take physical form or not, I don't know about that. Maybe they could jump into bodies. I'm not sure about any of that.
That's the basis for Some religious or spiritual practices, the very basis
I
of it
think
is
that
that
to be
there's
welcome.
possession.
If you did a lot of ritual and work to welcome them into your body, you probably could get them to inhabit you. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like there's some traditions like Santeria, etc., where the candidate chooses a path and follows a certain saint, which represents some deity, and there's some kind of period of time when they bond with the thing, and it's supposed to possess them, is the word that we would use. Again, the word possession, what we're talking about is really non-biological or non-corporeal beings finding a vehicle through which to express their sentience. And this is really very much analogous to the idea of AI, which is why I find the topic interesting, because it seems like we're being introduced to an archaic concept with modern trappings using, it just seems like, is it the same thing?
I wouldn't say so, no. It
Like,
depends on a lot of it, dude, you cannot underestimate intention and people making intentions to create certain things and how much it would affect other people, how far that would go. I don't know. Look at Mark Zuckerberg, but that's all. I like Zuckerberg, by the way, that was good. But that's all choice. People choose to partake of that shit. So that's what you're choosing. That's what you go for. Do it.
well,
Whatever.
here's what I've been thinking. I've been considering, 'cause just based on where the public's mind is being steered, I think we're being steered to accept the inevitability of sentient beings finding expression through our sophisticated technology, like we're creating life, man is God. And I think this is idol worship. I think it's all fakeable, obviously, but I'm open to the possibility simply that it's far more likely that if there is anything to demonic possession or anything at all, then it's more likely that would be the source than something man actually created. Like, I don't think we're creating life, but like the story of Shelley's Frankenstein. It's an inanimate, it's dead matter, but it's animated with lightning, symbolizes life being injected into it. But the idea is that if you have a fine enough vehicle, then consciousness can reside in it. And again, I'm just kind of bringing this up because this is a reoccurring theme I'm seeing in so many movies where if they can get us to accept the idea of AI, it'll be very easy for people to accept the idea that their own consciousness, through neurolinking or otherwise, can be transferred.
Right. Yeah, this is all just part of the narrative of limiting people and keeping them from looking inside themselves for what we have, which is far beyond what anything can. Technology is the mirror. So we're being shown mirrors everywhere, and that's part of the lesson. That's part of what people are waking up to if they wake up. But it's always choice. And yeah, it reminded me of, there's a quote in the Bible, something like, the blind leading the blind. Oh, they'll come in my name saying I'm the Christ and will deceive the many. And that kind of fits in with your whole really clear parallel of media as our new God and the television and the black screen and all of that. They're deceiving the many. But there's always these color outside the line people. They're always going to be. So they can't get us all, but they will get the many. And, it's all part of the game. We in my world, they come back.
Interesting.
Turn right around and come back. Yep. And then you try it again.
Fascinating. Well, this idea of catalyst makes sense. The idea that there's a purpose to it all. I might not agree with everything Icke says, David Icke, but I do like his book Tales from the Time Loop because he suggests that the purpose to quote evil is it's about in his way it's about recognizing and separating from the worst elements of ourselves, and it's all just an expression of us manifested in the world, which sounds new agey, but the idea that he's put forth here is that until we are able to overcome our own nature and recognize that we are more divine than meat suit, we're going to be dominated by the lowest aspects of the meat suit, which makes sense. It's like the devil in the tarot card who has the man and the woman chained to the black cube, and he's holding a torch upside down, and that symbolizes the inversion of spirituality, putting the flesh over the spirit.
I totally agree with all of that. Yes, we need to be mirrored of our own dark sides, and when we don't need that anymore, it's not there. When you don't need catalyst goes away. So obviously we still need it.
I think
we need a lot.
It's fascinating though how the extent to which people have been lied to. Like we're making jokes about this stuff all the time about wooden moon rocks and just questioning stuff, but just the fact that we have whether or not you believe in the moon landing, there's plenty of stuff that's emanating from NASA that's very questionable. And obviously, there are questions that are never going to be answered because they're not telling us. And I think that when we can see deception, but we can't call it out, I think it leaves us in a state of being gaslit, which leads long-term to apathy, where people don't even bother.
Traumatized.
Yeah, you don't even
Yeah,
bother
you're
asking for
traumatized.
the truth because
Yeah.
you're like, well, we're just going to get lies.
Yeah, so they turn into kind of zombies, but there's always going to be more zombies than outside the line color people or pushing the envelope folks.
Well, isn't there some desperation here? Like last night I was speaking to Lynn, and on Facebook, they banned carrot emojis because people are using the carrot as a stand-in for the Vax needle. I'm just seeing desperation on behalf of the media to silence any kind of dissenting opinions. Look what they're doing to Alex Jones. They're trying to make an example of him.
Yeah. Well, Jones is a player. He's playing the game, and so he takes the risk when he plays the game. And as far as banning carrots go, yeah, it's stupid and outrageous. But it reminds me of look at the pandemic. Now, I'm sure they would have loved to create stampedes where the grocery stores were empty, but look at what people did, Tim. They took the toilet paper, something that you actually can live without very easily. Think about that. This is a mass action of human beings, completely unpredictable. They didn't take food and water. They took toilet paper. So there we are.
Yeah, wasn't that a sad chapter, for humanity? That whole event, that situation. You know what it told me? That the elite were running some kind of psyop, and they're making fun of us because they're destroying the economy. And meanwhile, people are fighting over what? Worthless paper. You see the analog,
Right,
worthless
right.
paper, the money being flushed as they throw it
my
all away.
God.
I think it was all just code to watch us fight over worthless paper for their amusement.
I wouldn't doubt it. Although I think that, don't you think that they would have liked it more though if people had hoarded food?
Well,
I mean, a really crisis, or maybe they don't want that. Maybe that's too far. I don't know.
It might be too far. I mean, look, there was some predictive programming in Judge Dredd? No, in Demolition Man, where in the future they were socially distanced, they had no toilet paper. It was pretty much making a joke. And what's funny was in that movie, it's Sandra Bullock and Sylvester Stallone. The only restaurant in the future is Taco Bell. And funnily enough, the only restaurants here that were already set up for Uber and for people to pick it up just by calling it in was the Taco Bell. And it's like they knew in advance. They knew the apocalypse was coming.
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's some things that I'll just wonder at without trying to think too hard about it.
No, but you're right that people, they didn't fight over essentials. But here's what I wonder. Do you think that, because as unpredictable as that was, and as unstoppable as it was, once it started, there was no stopping it. Do you think they could create the same kind of panic for food or anything just as easily as they did that? Because I think so. I think that's their main power, the stampede button.
They're going to keep trying. And so it all has to do with the reaction of the human beings and how many people buy into it. Like you said, we're watching this shit, like what Biden said. And I'm glad you, it's so funny to hear another sync. I just started to type in, I was going to ask you to play the clip because I thought maybe he was more innocent or maybe it was out of context or the tone of his voice, but you're right. I mean, it's just like, no, I don't know what to make of that. And the fact that maybe there's an inside, I'd like to know the context, but I don't know. I mean, does that matter? I don't know.
It wouldn't to me, because focusing on the age like that shows that even if there was nothing at a minimum,
It was,
he has no insight into how bad it sounded.
well, that's, I mean, there is a very outside chance that the guy really is that innocent, but he's a dupe, of course. He might even be being drugged. And I don't know what else. I'm not saying he's innocent, but I don't know. I know he's feeble-minded and feeble, and so probably easily directed and kind of brainwashed in whatever way.
I actually think this is kind of a
So,
psyop too. I wonder how much of it's authentic, how much is acting. He certainly presents the idea that he's enfeebled, but I thought when they put him up there, it was a hideous joke. Like, let's put this ghoul up there after a massively popular man loses to gaslight the people who voted for Trump, and they put him up there so we can watch like the death of an old white Democrat. It's supposed to represent something, maybe the death of the old age, and they're going to replace him with Kamala. Like, I think there might be some presentation here that we're witnessing that he symbolizes something. I'm trying to figure out how it all works, but there's definitely, I think it's strategic, the use of an older, enfeebled, non-threatening man like this who needs to be
maybe
replaced.
so. Yeah, yeah, totally possible. Um, I was thinking of something. No, I forgot.
Well, we've been covering
Sorry.
a lot of things. The blue blood topic, though, I find very interesting. You brought up David Wilcox, and I'll look into that. The I have a book about archons that I have to dig into. I found it at a thrift store, but I've been really interested in this idea overall of what explains evil, what explains a lot of what people would lump under paranormal possession, etc. Because I do think there is something tangible, that there is a counter human or a counter I guess I think there is an oppositional force to human beings existing in peace and harmony, and I don't think it's solely a byproduct of our needs to survive terrestrially.
Uh, well, I hearken back to something you said once, Tim. When we talk about evil, you said all you see is human agency. And so even if there are these dark entities, which there are, I mean, people contact them all the time. It has to do with the human being actually being allowing and having intention to welcome them in. I don't think they come in otherwise, really. So, but then once they're in, who knows? I mean, I don't know how that works. It always seemed to me, I've seen people that do that, and it seemed like it only affected them. I was actually present with somebody that started freaking out and kind of like basically conjured these spirits of her parent-in-laws, her mother and father-in-law, that she was freaked out and afraid of these people, and she started like panicking and freaking out, and then she's like, and then she goes, "Oh my God, they're here," and I'm like, and I felt something come in, and I sat there, and my first response was I was pissed off that she got him to come when I was there. But
Well,
then,
interesting. So the invitation thing is interesting to me because the talk about the phone is the portal, and we've been talking about
she
this before.
allowed him in.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, think about this too.
And
We used to have privacy, and now your phone has become a portal through which people are eliminating the privacy and putting everything out there. And I think, are we paving the way to being totally open to beyond just marketing, other influences?
well, people aren't being very smart about what they're doing. And, I don't mess around with Facebook. It's nothing but a giant drama with people attacking each other. I mean, there's some good things too, but most of it seems like just these big laundry airing things going on most of the time with people fighting each other. And so, I don't know.
Trump's going to be back on next year, by the way, on Facebook, from what I heard. I follow him on Truth Social, and on the take on the left is he's retweeting Q stuff because it's like a tantrum. He's mad. Others say it's because he's waking up his shock troops and his terrorist cells. But he was at an event today or yesterday, and he had some guy with like an olive drab shirt going around saying, "Put your hands down, put your hands down," not letting people do the one finger salute. So I'm getting mixed messages.
I'll bet you anything that people doing that were agent provocateurs put into the crowd, and they started something, and they got everybody to do it, because that does hearken to like a Heil Hitler kind of thing.
Well,
Hillary
came
and they're
out.
trying to get him. They're trying to do that to him. And so that would be very easy to start something like that. And I could see why they'd want to shut it down.
I think you might be right. This is classic right out of the Democrat playbook, because they used to have it where you're a Republican, you're running, and a Klansman will show up and photobomb you. And this would be typical because Hillary Clinton was in the news today. She said it reminded her of Hitler.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's easy, actually, to see it, because they're after him. They're trying to get him. And of course he's gonna. I saw that thing about Jesus. He was like second only to Jesus or something like that.
Yes.
This guy, and this is the last time I talked to you. I'm just like, he's such an egomaniac. He's being ridiculed in front of everybody, and so all he wants is to feel better about himself and to get his troops back behind him and his crowds, and that just he felt better about that. He felt good about that, being compared to Jesus.
Well, I looked at Truth Social, and he did tweet this. He tweeted this image proclaiming that he's second only to Jesus, and many, if not all of the commenters are like, yeah, we agree, 100%, you're Jesus. Like, they're totally...
it was a retweet, right? Wasn't it?
No, he doesn't originate anything, so he has a wall of plausible deniability. But look, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he made this meme. Like, Melania Trump was actually bid shielding. I think she was buying her own NFTs to inflate the price through a fake account that they traced to her. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Trump has two phones.
These are blue bloods, bruh.
Yep.
They can do anything.
All right, well, hey, I appreciate the call, very much. Thanks for calling, and call back anytime. And by the way, I did catch that video you posted of David Lynch and his weather report.
Yeah. I just thought that was interesting because somebody sent it to me today. It's like, oh, we've been talking about it. And then I watched it. And it was just like, he's just happy. He's so sweet.
Yeah, I was actually going to play part of it. I was going to play part of his weather report. I have it queued because we were waiting for nuclear winter to start today. And then here he is on the West Coast being like, no, weather's great. I'll play that clip.
Okay, cool. Hey, thanks a lot, Tim. Appreciate you.
Mm-hmm. You too. Have a great night.
Good night.
All right, let's see. Covering lots of topics. Yeah, here you have Donald Trump compared to Jesus. And you wonder why some people think he's the Antichrist, making these very flippant comparisons. Okay, now today's 9/24/2022. Many of us were expecting nuclear winter, Cthulhu, space station falling on Seattle, nuclear annihilation, mutually assured destruction, all kinds. Oh, solar flares, moonfall. What wasn't supposed to happen? I was waiting for space junk to fall in the Philippines, Chinese space junk, but none of it happened. Here we have a bit of a weather report. I'm just going to play a short clip. This is
90 degrees Fahrenheit. It's around 32 Celsius. And it looks like beautiful blue skies and golden sunshine all along the way. Everyone, have a great day.
All right, so the world didn't end today. And that would be David Lynch. I only recently learned that he was the director of Dune, which is why I never took an interest in it because I wasn't into science fiction. But I have it on rental right now. I watched it very late and I fell asleep halfway through, but I'm going to watch it again. I was actually pleasantly surprised by some of the special effects. There's this alien character, it looks like a giant walrus-like being in a big tank. Massive brain, obviously, but great special effects. This is pre-CGI. A lot of the great David Lynch stuff where they use props, they use animatronics, they use whatever it took to make it look real. And these days it doesn't matter because the public doesn't have any sort of standards when it comes to how realistic something is. They don't. In fact, their standards are so low and they've been rendered so visually illiterate that when NASA prepares a simulation like they did for the Artemis mission to the moon, on their video which simulated what it was going to do, they had to put a label on there, like a sticker. This is an animation, so no one would think this was the actual mission. Like, why would they have to label something animation if the public wasn't so, if we weren't so just impaired? Have a comment here from Chris Corley says, with regard to Alex Jones and his trial, capstone event, make-believe trial, actors all around, the world is a stage. Yeah, what are the odds? I mean, the fact is, what are the odds that he's not an actor and that the judge isn't playing into a scripted role? I mean, just the fact that we're looking at a psyop that's been exposed, and now he's treating it like it wasn't a psyop. I'm sorry, but his best defense would be prove it actually happened. Call the bluff. Doesn't happen. He will not call the bluff. And I say that because many of them are wearing prosthetic faces because they say that conspiracy theorists are so scary. Here's the article. This is from Wired. It's called Do-It-Yourself Biohacking. Magnet implanting do-it-yourself biohackers are paving the way for mainstream adoption. This is one of these areas where I'm going to be a laggard. I'm not going to be an early adopter. This is one of these things you want to let the others work out the bugs first. But what we're looking at here are bits of metal under the skin. We're talking about implantable magnets. It says do-it-yourself biohackers or garage body mods. That's what you call them. Body augmentation. It's part of transhumanism. It says the principles of the practice lie in transhumanism. And speaking of transhumanism, the singularity, the term singularity, the technological singularity, the point where technology becomes so advanced that it becomes our evolutionary agent, we can't control what happens next. That was coined by John von Neumann. Think about transhumanism. They are under no illusion that what they're doing is groundbreaking stuff. Kevin Warwick of Reading University put RFID transmitters under his skin in 1998, and the practice of slicing up your flesh has become so commonplace that one tattoo artist recently stuck 4 magnets under his skin to hold his iPod Nano in place. We're still talking about transhumanism kind of being mainstreamed. Not surprising here. But calling it transhumanism, I'm sorry, this is fashion. This is not transhumanism. This is so phony. I mean, sure, it's just body modification. I don't think it's all that impressive, to be quite honest. We were talking about the teacher, the shop teacher. Obviously, that is a troll. So if you missed that, basically it's been exposed, more or less, that this famous Canadian shop teacher with the giant fake chest piece and the wig is a troll who was almost fired for being too red-pilled. And this is some kind of performance art piece, likely so he can get fired and sue for discrimination. Yesterday we were asking the question, will 92422 live up to the misguided hype? I would say yes. It kind of has. It showed something. It demonstrated the willingness of millions to not only believe but openly hope for the end. Even the QAnoners were jumping onto this thing, saying, hey look, this might be the time. Vengeance Day. Vengeance for what? Finbar says, I've seen all of Lynch's work several times over. He's truly a madman Jesus. Blame it on transcendental meditation. Right, I agree. I think many of his movies are just masterful, and I think the soundtracks are always good. Really, most of his work is, I think a lot of his experimental work is worth watching, especially if you're into animation. Again, just a reminder, ips.monster. That's the new domain. That is our ground zero. It takes you where you need to be on the Infinite Plane Society website. We're no longer promoting any of these world stage platforms. There's no reason to. But you can find us on every single platform out there. And we're going to be encroaching even deeper into every platform. And I'm working on a few things, like, for example, clips. I'm going to be taking clips, phone calls, and contextually putting them in a different context. So instead of it being on a channel with live streams, maybe I'll just put all the calls on a channel and I'll call it Infinite Plane Radio Clips. Something like that will be very censorship resistant. Australia to treat climate change denial as a mental disorder from News Punch. Meanwhile, you have a climate change believer setting himself on fire. Nobody notices there's some kind of a contradiction or a discrepancy there. I mean, what are we supposed to take out of that? I'm waiting to see if he's lauded as a hero. I do think that is the case. I think they're going to see him as a hero. It was a noble act, sacrificing himself, his own carbon footprint. Honestly, I think he should be charged with terrorism. How is that not terrorism? You put on a bomb belt and you scream, Gaia Akbar. Blow yourself up. Is that any different than setting yourself on fire to save the earth? No. It's the exact same thing. Now, speaking of Gaia, Gaia is the god of the earth. Mother Earth, although I believe that the earth has been mis or transgendered because I think it's the Father Earth God. That's why it has the obelisk in their cult. And their goddess is the goddess of the night sky, Isis, goddess with the stars. And in the New Age version, you have Nuit, and she's arched over the world, and she's covered in stars. My point is, Gaia was the great god of the earth, mother of all life. And then you look at, again, this is another example of how the elite like to mirror everything, as the previous caller said. The World Economic Forum, 666, launches a new global initiative. It's called Gaia. The Global Initiative to Advance Artificial Intelligence. Global AI Action Alliance. Gaia. There's your AI. Again, the fact that this is coming from the World Economic Forum makes it notable. You know, this is the whole Great Reset, and part of the program is introducing artificial intelligence as a way to perhaps, I don't know, perfect human government. Nothing megalomaniacal about that, or the guy who wears the Darth Vader costume while he talks about the inevitable implants that will be in everyone. I have this meme on the screen. Props to everyone out there that knows what's really going on and still manages to stay sane and get up and handle their business every day. And then you have Darth Schwab, and behind Darth Schwab you have the Greys, and behind the Greys you have the Reptoid. Thanks, Thirst for Truth. Appreciate the support. Again, we have text messages going out every day now, and the reason why is that this will allow us to rebuild at our own new ground zero, and we're not going to lose ground this time. A roller coaster of subs. Sometimes it's a few hundred, sometimes it's a few thousand, but it's been difficult because we've been targeted. And now that we're no longer promoting these, I'm not going to say opposition platforms, I think that we're going to have steady and consistent growth day after day. And what we are doing here is this is a media insurrection in a sense, figuratively speaking. There's no actual violence or activism entailed here. What we're doing here is we're creating a large enough body of people who know how media works, just the hyper-mediated environment, the monolithic nature of it, the multifaceted nature of it, and how it is, and it's just simply brute force. They lay down the program. If you don't agree, they kick you out. They use perception management. They use PSYOP into account. Gives you a different perspective. You're less certain about a lot of BS, but you know what you know. And it's an important philosophical distinction. You know, we're all in this Plato's cave. They don't let you out. That's what the world stage is. It's Plato's cave. But instead of believing or being obsessed with the shadows on the wall, we're throwing popcorn. We're looking back at the projectors, and it's inconvenient to them that we know that there are projectors. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I'm going to continue through a few topics. We're talking about Gaia, artificial intelligence, non-biological entities. This is all prompted off of this conversation. CERN now admits they're communicating with entities from the other side. Anthony Patch. Now, I'm not very familiar with Anthony Patch beyond these ominous proclamations here, but if you want to look into it, I'll probably put some of my notes in minds.com about this. Again, I think CERN is more hype than not, but it definitely serves a purpose. Disconnected entities. This is going to be, again, a short clip. I'm going to play it again. This is Anthony Patch.
Beings that they're in communication with. So we're talking about the premier scientists on planet Earth right now who are actively engaged, according to their own words, communicating with something with a personality, in their own words, from another dimension, and that's the purpose of the collider. I mean, people need to understand this is not.
All right, he says it's not science fiction, right? Right. It's bad science fiction, is what it is. Same with NASA. I'm not inclined to believe it because they know how easy it is to fool people when you have a big budget and some machine they don't understand. Look how easily people fell for the space meat, the sausage in space, the slice of bologna or whatever. They said, oh, this is a star. You can trust me, I work around this $10 billion satellite. But no, it's a piece of bologna in the sky that this scientist passed off as a real star. And who fell for it? I'll tell you who didn't fall for it. The flat earthers. Or the people who were skeptics about the globe. Let me go ahead and play a clip here. This is Rudy Giuliani explaining how the people who want to censor are basically fascists. They're not semi-fascists. They're full-on, full-blown fascists. And I agree with him here. Let me play this clip.
They want us ignored. They want us put in prison. They want all our property taken from us. They don't want us to be allowed to be employed. And they don't want any television station to put us on. And they say so. And the television stations comply. That's not fascism.
Restless Bear says, remember when Rudy leaked the black goo? Yeah, that's right, didn't he? Rudy did. Rudy Giuliani, black goo. So we know he's been taken over. That's how you know. That's how you know when the NBE is hijacked a human being. Oh yeah, the NBE's got him. Non-biological entities. You got the black goo coming out of his head. President Donald Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, addressed the dark goo running from his hairline down to his jaw during a recent press conference, and he said, quote, they were brains, and he used a rag to stuff it back in his skull. This is from Newsweek. As Giuliani pushed unverified claims of rigged elections, members of the press began to notice that his sweat started to drop in color. A stream of dark liquid on Giuliani's face became hard to ignore. Towards the end of his statement, and the media outlets began sharing articles on what the substance could have been. And here's a picture on the screen where he's talking about the election, and his hairline is dripping with black goo. He said, I was thinking so hard, God, it was like a really rough press conference. It was some of my brains. Giuliani went on to say that when he put a rag to his head to put the brain back in, it, quote, rejuvenated my brain power. You know, I wish this was a tabloid. I do, but this is not a tabloid. This isn't The Onion. This is not the Babylon Bee. This is mainstream world stage news. This is a Twitter account, GimmeShelter67. Intel has it that the green light is about to be given by a certain president. Think in historical personalities. So I have some intel from Q Street. JFK, I believe, is the one they're talking about. It's either him or Lincoln. What do you think? Is it going to be Lincoln? Who are the QAnoners waiting for now? It says historical personalities. I mean, JFK is 105. How old would Abraham Lincoln be right now? 205? George Washington, maybe? Fascinating. But this again, this is the state of Q. They're still waiting on their dead presidents to come back and save them. Dead Kennedys. We says, concerning CERN, D. Wilcox talked about a machine that could create a time travel portal. Forget the project name. It took massive amounts of energy. Yeah, could be. When I think CERN, I think Cernunnos, the horned god, the god of the wild forces of nature. And when I watched their opening ritual, they had a portal and they had a bunch of people dressed up as, goats. The horned one, Cernunnos, in Celtic religion, an archaic and powerful deity worshipped as the lord of wild things. If you look at the image, it's sort of a Baphomet-like character. You'll find many of these gods that represent the forces of nature have horns, which represents a number of things. It's not difficult to put it all together, but for the most part, the Cernunnos character is very similar in many ways to the Baphomet, because the Baphomet is not the devil. It's an amalgamation. It's a collection of symbols that it represents. It's a personification of all of the wild forces of nature. That's why you have him as part man, part beast, part angel. The angel wings, the goat face, the man's body, male, female. It's meant to encompass everything, all. Pan means all. Cernunnos is very much like Pan or Baphomet. And here you're looking at the image, and it looks just like Baphomet, and there he is. And at his feet, right below his hoof feet, he has the serpent. Like the Baphomet has the snake wrapping around the staff that he's carrying. It's the same symbol, same meaning, if you ask me. But this is who I believe they are worshiping at CERN. All right, let us move on, going through some of the recent news. Let me see if I can get some more insight into the entities that they're communicating with at CERN. I just had the audio clip here. I'm going to go through some of the comments. Some believe they're communicating with fallen angels and demons. They are called demons. Cheryl says, I'm pretty sure whoever's running CERN can't be trusted to tell us the truth. Interview with 2016 Anthony Patch. I have the full interview here. If anyone wants to find it, I'll retweet it. You can follow me at Real Tim Osman, and I also have my tweets embedded over at infiniteplane.media. Anything we talk about, you can pretty much find over there. The underworld, where demonic beings exist, says Lou5369. Fascinating. Well, I'm not sure exactly, but someone else has made this connection. Love and Justice has retweeted an image. Cernunnos. Your Grace says the amount of high-level rituals they will need to be able to perform the so-called science on a global scale is crazy. If you do not discern the times that we are in, what are you doing with your life? Was that a pun or a joke? He said, if you do not discern the times that we're in. I don't think he meant that. Kyle Unlearning says, entities. Sounds kind of bad. Let's call them AI and put them in children's hands. Again, you can't really ignore the fact that they have a 666 logo, and look, I have a real life lived synchronicity that ties into this. You have the statue of, is that Lord Shiva, and then you have the 666. You have the Cernunnos connection, but I think there's something more there. But I had a kind of a synchronicity having to do with CERN, weirdly enough, this year. And basically, I'll find a picture of it. In fact, I posted this on my blog back in July. So if you follow my blog, you'll be able to find it there. I'll probably bring it up tomorrow. But basically, I had a synchronicity that had to do with CERN. And I was looking at some of their iconography. And they definitely have something there suggesting that, yeah, there's kind of an occult undertone. Plus, they love to troll the Mandela affected. Some of their website images, they use Alice in Wonderland. They reference a few things that are definitely part of the, what I would call, Mandela effect lore. All right, and going through your comments. Finbar says, why can't life be more like an ABBA song? I don't think they're innocent. You're talking about ABBA, ABBA. I saw something 1221. Someone had decoded it and connected it to the reset. I mean, I don't trust any of these mainstream entertainers. I think they're all singing for Satan, more or less. I mean, how could they not? That's the thing that they're plugged into. I think that might actually be the meaning of the rock star in the modern context, the introduction of Elvis. I think they're, when I say they, of the world, which is the mainstream media, they give us gods and idols to worship. It's always a person that's just an embodiment of something, and you may not even know it at the time. But I think that there's really something here. This is the idea behind the Pope being the Son, the incarnated Son. This is the idea behind the Scarlet Witch, which is a very prominent character in a lot of movies today. Doctor Strange had the Scarlet Witch. Game of Thrones has the Red Witch. And this is a reference to the Scarlet Woman, who is the physical embodiment or the incarnation of Babylon or Isis. Babylon is what the New Agers call her. We've been talking about the Queen's funeral, the timing of her death. It was 1776 days from the first Q drop to the Queen dropping. Again, that's another reason why the QAnoners aren't going to let it go, because they keep on finding meaning between these things. It's also very significant that it was exactly to the day 911 days from novel Corona that her death occurred. I have a video here from an animal denialist. This is someone who doesn't believe that platypuses exist. And I only point out animal denialism to draw a distinction between what they're doing and what we do.
Yes, they're a real animal.
They're really made up?
No, platypuses are real.
They really exist in some dude's mind that was like, yo, let's like make this cartoon like there's a beaver, there's a dog, like Gary, but they don't exist.
They're a real animal.
No, he's right. I just made it up. Here's actual video of me getting the idea.
What would it look like if a beaver and a duck got mashed together?
And there he is at the zoo with a platypus behind him. I had to do this. I had to go down and visit the penguins. I got a season pass at the zoo because people were denying penguins, and I wasn't going to have it. I let them have their fake toucans. I let them have their gorillas or people in suits, and koalas or animatronics. Pandas are fake, but when they went after the penguins, I kind of took it personally. My thinking here, though, is you're seeing a byproduct of the metaversers being completely disconnected from the meatverse. And what you heard was an argument from incredulity, which is not a good argument. It looks unbelievable. I can't believe it. I can't conceptualize it. It can't be. Right, but you believe that man landed on the moon? To me, it shows that people are so subjective, and they don't need to reality test claims because belief is a matter of conformity. And in this case, with the animal fakery, they don't have an understanding for some reason of, I guess, the weakness of the claim. Arguing from ignorance in the information age, in the too much information age, you should not be making arguments from ignorance in the too much information age. There's too many ways to verify. You can find time lapses of pelicans, or of toucans rather, of toucans being hatched, their life cycle from birth to death. You can find it all. Or you can go to your zoo. And even if you were to posit that, okay, I watched the images, but I still believe that pandas and gorillas are fake. Okay, if you still believe that, and you're not willing to go to the zoo, then your argument is null and void. It's solely based on ignorance, and that's not an argument. It's not a case. Hitchens' razor, that which is presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. And it wasn't really on, the burden of proof wasn't on this individual to go verify that the platypus existed. It wouldn't be. The proof is on the person making the claim. So this individual who's telling his wife that he doesn't believe in platypuses, yeah, he needs to get to the zoo.
They're a real animal.
They're really made up.
All right, let's go through some comments. Salty Siren says, my dog looks like an animatronic puppet to me 99% of the time because he's so damn cute. He doesn't look real, but he's really real. Miguel 2010 says pick up a penguin. Over here you can high five penguins. You can get a pass and you can pet the penguins or something. But again, when it comes to gorillas or any of these things, there's a very easy test that you could apply. You just go down and check it. But what's more, if you're going to say that gorillas are fake, who's doing the faking? How widespread? Are zoos then a big conspiracy? And how deep does this go? This is where it gets into the realm of, is it even fakeable? Like many things are fakeable on a small scale. They're fakeable on the screen, but fakeable in real life on a wide scale, I don't think you could make the case for gorillas being fake. And I found a few videos just in my own research because I was trying to debunk people's claims about panda bears of people who had stumbled into panda bear habitats, and you know what happens to them? They get shredded. It's like a wood chipper. The panda bear will chew your feet off. They will drain so much blood from you that you will require an entire blood transfusion. That's not some guy in a costume. And that's the price you would pay for being so reality impaired. And maybe this is why people can get away with it. As long as we're all locked down and metaversed, we never have to confront the reality that we're vicariously experiencing through CGI avatars. There's no reality testing. Okay, let's continue. I'm going through my Twitter feed. It's Real Tim Osman. I earmark a lot of things if you follow the liked. I'm going to make everything very easy to be involved in our chats to get our live stream notifications. Go to ips.monster. Our Telegram account is Infinite Plane. Very easy to find. So in addition to text alerts, I am making it possible for people to get alerts just by going to Telegram. Like it's t.co/infinite plane. Let me take a quick look and see how many people are there. I'll put a link. That's not the precise address, but it's Infinite Plane is the username or the channel name. I linked it on ips.monster. Again, that's the hub. That is the new ground zero. It's important that we just go through there first. All right, going through some comments. Tominoid says, Penguin Parade, Phillip Island, remote controlled maybe. Again, you could make animatronic penguins. You can make CGI penguins. You could have augmented virtual reality anythings. I saw this really good, realistic looking video of an airplane taking off in downtown Los Angeles, and Vegas, and it was fake. I think it was a augmented virtual reality plane, but it looked so real on the news that if the person on the news didn't say, hey, look, this is a fake plane taking off, nobody would have known. And the irony of it, of course, was that it was a fake CGI plane on the news, and they were just awestruck about, hey, wow, it's a fake CGI plane on the news. Right. Ever heard of 9/11? They've been doing this for 20 years. Miguel 2010 says, I've seen penguins before. They're real, of course. Well, that's just hearsay. And there's something else to consider too. It's the status quo. The idea that penguins don't exist goes against the status quo, and you can't just refute that and say, no, everybody's wrong, if you're not going to provide something. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just something. You can't just say everything's fake. I would never say everything's fake. I'll say many things are fakeable, and the news media is committed to its agenda and its narratives over facts. But I would never say everything's fake. I would never say that because I'm not confused. I am the least confused person that you will probably ever hear from. Not an exaggeration. Like, I'm very clear on what's real and what's fake. My contention is that the consumers of mass media are mistaken and really ignorant about how mistaken they are about what they actually know versus what they merely believe that they know. And they may not even know that is a meaningful distinction to make. And it's one of the first distinctions that we make in the IPS Institute's course, Autohoaxology 101, one of the very first distinctions I make is, are you a media knower or believer? Like, do you know? Or do you just accept what you're told to believe? And you'll find most people are true believers, fundamentalist even. Donald Trump here in Ohio making cues and pointing out the Q signs. So there's Donald Trump running around giving cues to people, tracing an O and then a dash and then pointing. It's like dog whistles. Let me play a short clip here. The U.S. filed a patent for luciferase proteins.
Something that's largely flown under the radar, a patent filed by the U.S. government for a new product containing luciferase. That's a bioluminescent material often used in COVID-19 research. There are now reportedly proposals to use this product to start tracking people's vaccination status with an injectable that would sit under the skin. Now, you've been digging into this issue. Can you tell us what you've learned so far?
Now, this is NTD News. I don't think they're credible. I actually think this is almost so bad it's parody. And what's sad about it is I can't even talk about this or criticize their take on things without being lumped in as a misinformationist. My point is, these guys are LARPing. It's like fake. This is literal fake news. It's almost comical. It's like this is a scene from a bad movie, and these are actors playing the role of newscasters. And these are the same ones who spread the story that dead bodies are suddenly full of clots when bodies clot. Their blood congeals. That's normal. But again, they're always making stuff up. But this is, again, this is parody.
Well, I think people get hung up on the freaky name of it because it, of course, it sounds like they're talking about Lucifer from the Bible being like the devil. And,
anyway, I'm going to move on. But this is not new. I listened to this today and I thought these people are phoning it in. They don't sound like they really believe it. So much fear of the weak. Now, here's a clip. This is a little controversial, I guess. I don't know why. I don't think it's even all that interesting. I mean, most of you here who've been on the internet long enough know that everybody has their scapegoat. But now here's an interesting bit here. Alex Stein, 99, prime time on the grind. You know him, Alex Stein. I mean, he's never going to go away. He's a permanent fixture now. He's the new Andy Kaufman. He's Borat. And I didn't like Borat, but, honestly, I would rather have a Stein than a Borat. They're both cringe, but I think, whatever. My point is, Alex Stein is now being called out for gatekeeping. And I don't know if this is fair. So here he is, hosting InfoWars, as I predicted he would be a couple of years ago. And I have witnesses to this. I said in 2020, Alex Stein was going to be on the Dark Matter Network. He was with his Conspiracy Castle for a couple of days. And back then I said, I'm pretty sure this guy's being groomed to be the next Alex Jones. And now here he is, filling in for Alex Jones while Alex Jones is in court. Well, now, Stein is here in studio at InfoWars, and he's talking to a guest. And the guest brings up some pretty wild stuff about who controls Warner Brothers. And Stein is like, quote, "Be careful what you say on InfoWars." Now, you may not agree with what this guy has to say. I don't have an opinion on it. I think it's ludicrous and absurd. But I almost feel like this is a troll in itself. This has got to be a provocateur. But I'm going to play the clip in its entirety just so you can hear Alex Stein gatekeeping, quote, "Be careful what you say on InfoWars." I don't know who this individual is. And again, I'm not all that interested in learning who he is. But I'm just taking this clip because it's getting a lot of traction.
The day I arrived in Hollywood, they told me when I was offered the job at Warner Brothers that you need to know this town is run by a homosexual and Jewish mafia. And I believe
oh, my gosh. Don't say that. We got to wrap it up. No. Be careful what you say on InfoWars. Be careful what you say on InfoWars. Even here, we don't want...
Wow. Wow. Full stop. Full stop. He stopped that that meme. He bounced it right back. That meme went right back into that guy's face. He wouldn't let it get past. Nope, nope. Be careful what you say on InfoWars. I mean, wow. That sounded like somebody begging for their life. Like there's a gun to his face, finger on the trigger. Like, please don't. I'll say anything. What was that? Anyway, InfoWars is being called out by some as gatekeeping. I think he's just being polite. You know, it's his friend's station, it's his friend's thing. Maybe he doesn't want to let this stuff get out there. But what is he really saying anyway? Is there any substance to the claim? I mean, come on. It's obviously, patently, this is absurd. But true or not, what's funny is, in my view, what's funny, and I think it is funny, is Alex Stein's way of handling it. Like, don't they have a mute button? I guess, or a delay? Maybe not. But I want to play it one more time. Just the second half.
What you say on InfoWars, even here. Don't say that. We got to wrap it up. No. Be careful what you say on InfoWars.
Be careful what you say on InfoWars. I never thought I would hear that. I don't think it means he's over the target. I think it means that, I don't know what it means, actually. What a strange... I think someone just posted a picture. Yes, Alex Stein has basically taken many of the shticks of Alex Jones. Here he is in studio ripping off his shirt just like Alex did before. Again, it's a replacement. Get used to it. Like I said, this is Stein, Alex Stein, it's forever. Alex Jones is being phased out. I'm not sure what's next for him, but they're phasing in Stein. And it's the same thing. It's kind of a template thing. You got these comedian entertainers who fill in a niche in the MSM ecosystem. And make no mistake, they're not off-world stage. They're part of the mainstream media ecosystem. They're no different than, really, is there a difference? Tell me that if you can actually make the case that there is a meaningful distinction to be made between Anderson Cooper and Alex Jones. Alex Cooper, Anderson Jones, there's no difference. These things are interchangeable. Okay, let us continue. Salty says, remember when Dearth wouldn't let him be free reign? That's right, he was on the Baby Truther show. And Dearth did kind of shut him up a few times. I remember he was under control. Dearth was acting like a handler, interestingly enough. And Dearth, we're talking about deep inside the Rabbit Hole podcast. Interesting character. He was behind the perv, sadly, which is why we kind of cut ties with him. Yes, Dearth was the guy who was protecting a person who abused 14-year-old. I shouldn't even say that, but it's true. Anyway, Lean Dion says, cops, controlled opposition performers. I like that. Okay, moving on. Peter W. says, tip of the spear. Tip of the spear is the QAnon shaman running into the Capitol with a spear. And the whole operation, if you ask me, was to demonize the far right. And there isn't even a far right. The right wing is not even limited government conservatism whatsoever. I mean, everything's so lost anyway. All right, this has been fun. Phones are still open. I want to run through some headlines here before we go anywhere. But one thing I'm working on, one of the things we're working on, is the documentary on the Mandela effect. And we put a lot of work into it. There's a lot of research, and every single link, every idea that people have posted in the server is going to be included. I want it to be inclusive. There's no constraint on time. If it takes 3 hours to tell the story, it takes 3 hours. The point of it is it needs to be complete. We want to have every angle covered. The Mandela effect is one of the most fascinating conspiracy theories out there. And the CERN angle, the food labels, that's really just scraping the surface. It goes much deeper. And I think it does open the door to other conversations that are far more interesting. I don't just entirely dismiss it. And I think the people who gravitate towards the Mandela effect are the people who are looking to explain glitches in their own matrix. They're just looking for answers. But the documentary is going to express every view, including my view, which I think is a debunk, more or less, but it's not specifically a debunk. And you're welcome to disagree with my conclusions on the matter anyway. UN food chief warns of hell on earth over food shortage crisis. Watch NASA mission that could potentially save all humankind. You've been wondering where your money's going, right? The $58 million a day that goes to NASA. I mean, we have an exploding, booming homeless population here. And it's getting pretty bad. And it's pretty sad that they can't be taken care of, that we don't have enough shelters. And here we are putting $58 million a day into bad science fiction. And now they're saying, oh, but we're going to save all mankind by deflecting this space rock. That's what they're actually saying. This is from CNN, so you know it's credible. A NASA spacecraft will slam into an asteroid called Dimorphos. The DART, or Double Asteroid Redirection Test Mission, will see if this kinetic impact can deflect asteroids that pose a threat to Earth. So yeah, they'll save us on Earth from way out there. And they'll spend $10 billion to bring you a picture of a fake star that's actually just a joke, just a piece of baloney. Meanwhile, they're doing nothing for the people here on the ground. And that's been a long-time criticism of NASA, and I used to make fun of that criticism. I'm just like, it's just a communists attacking progress. They're attacking market-driven technologies. Look at all the good NASA has done. NASA's done this for us. I remember making these arguments, and now it's definitely a big waste of money. The graphics are terrible. And I did hold out hope that the Chinese space station would be an improvement, but it's not. It's clearly a step down. And the limiting factor for deep space travel is actually special effects. Update: NASA continues to prepare for Artemis launch despite deteriorating weather. Again, this is the Artemis rocket, which I believe is very much tied in to the meta-scripted stories of Gabby Petito, Eliza Fletcher, Anne Hesh, Girl in Room 13, Princess Diana. Artemis is another lunar goddess, and this is a lunar mission, but the rocket is cracked. And I believe that this Huntress, Artemis, the rocket being cracked, I've connected this to the idea of Broken Arrow. And Broken Arrow is specifically a reference to a nuclear threat. And here we are at a time where Russia is reportedly flailing and losing, and they're cornered, and now we're looking at the threat of nuclear attacks by Putin. Express.co.uk: Putin likely to be killed by own generals if he uses nuclear weapons. Nuclear war is possible, U.S. commander. Then you have Elon Musk bringing in his Starlinks to bring internet service to Iran during a government crackdown. Internet service in Iran tumbled to 0% after the protests began, according to data from NetBlocks. So here you have your savior, Tony Stark, Iron Man, Elon Musk. And of course, this has incurred the ire of the Russians, who said that it's fair game, that commercial satellites being used to interfere in these types of things could be shot down. So we have the specter of space wars kind of dangling above, waiting for that. White House privately warned Russia against using nuclear weapons. Experts and the international community are divided about how seriously to take Putin's nuclear war threats. Now, I'm not worried about nukes at all. I'm not losing any sleep over it. But I'm very aware of the fakeability of nukes. And even the fakeability of a protracted lockdown period based on the idea of nuclear winter and fallout. It's all fakeable, and it's all very believable. That's one of the things that I could say concerns me, in a sense that if we get locked down again, it's going to be because the overwhelming number of people fell under a spell. I mean, they're spellbound, and we have to play along. And this time the mask is going to be a little more cumbersome than just a piece of cloth over your mouth. Nuclear war, the myth of atomic weapons. This was just posted in the Discord server. A-bombs were invented by science fiction writer H.G. Wells. The top secret Manhattan Project was a work of fantasy and scaremongering propaganda. The nuclear war hoax was used to siphon money and end World War II. Evidence proves that the U.S. dropped napalm carpet firebombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Nukes don't exist. They are a technological impossibility. Compressing uranium metal to double density with a neutron in between to ignite an uncontrollable explosion is fiction. I agree. It's fiction. It's some kind of, I would say, cover for a more esoteric concept, likely alchemy. It has to do with the destruction of primordial matter, or some kind of, I guess, ritualistic expression of something that may have to do with a spiritual transformation. I don't think that this is a literal thing. I think most of what we're saying is really just repurposed mysticism. Like I was talking about the digital transcendence, I don't think it's a remote possibility. But I think they've taken the concept of transcendence and the concept of heaven and they've rebranded it with science. You know, heaven has been replaced by outer space. And every single religion believes in outer space. Every religionist, and even the atheist. The atheist believes in outer space. Well, they believe in heaven. The atheist believes in, well, they believe in flood myths. They believe in angry flood gods. Here's the excerpt from Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, Michael Hoffman II. Now, Michael Hoffman II. Michael Hoffman II wrote Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare. He took a lot of the work from James Shelby Downard, who did some of the really original ritual deconstruction of the Kennedy assassination. Anyway, Michael Hoffman wrote about the nuclear bomb and the alchemical significance of it, the ritual significance of it. Here's an excerpt from his Wikipedia. And by the way, he's been attacked and maligned by the ADL. He's been called a Holocaust denier, etc. Par for the course. But you can ignore a lot of the ad hominem attacks against him and just look to his writings. He has spent, quote, his life reaching the subterranean workings of the occult the cryptocrats and their orchestration of American history. Yeah, we do have a hidden group of rulers behind the scenes that show themselves and reveal themselves through these psychological operations which have these occult connotations. Hoffman claims to have operated from an organic farm and lived among the Amish for several years. In 1995, he moved to Idaho. Now here's where it gets into his writings. I'll see if I can find a PDF copy or maybe even a paperback copy of Secret Societies and Psychological Warfare, but what he outlines is the theory of a shadow government that gains power through, quote, the manipulation of symbols and twilight language. Examples of such psychodramas in Hoffman's view include the assassination of President John F. Kennedy, in which he sees ritualistic elements. The theory of Masonic symbolism in the assassination of President Kennedy was first articulated by James Downard, who co-authored with Hoffman King Kill 33, which became the inspiration for a song by Marilyn Manson. Now there is an interesting point here, a tie-in. The King Kill 33 Marilyn Manson thing, because Marilyn Manson, in his video Coma White, he reenacts the death of JFK. And in the video he's dying as Kennedy, but the song is about how Kennedy was Christ and how he was killed by the powers that be, and that the world's waiting to be saved by the third Christ, who would be JFK Jr. This was from a 1998 Marilyn Manson song. 1999 was the video being released, and I'm saying it was based on a script called Hollywood. And this script is what the QAnoners actually believe. Thus, their obsession with John F. Kennedy Jr. And funnily enough, the Marilyn Manson song Coma White's video was delayed because it was about the time that JFK Jr. crashed and died. MTV delayed the video being released because it inferred JFK Jr. as a person, part of the music video. Goes on to say, in a 2002 lecture in Sandpoint, Idaho, Hoffman analyzed the 9/11 terror attack in terms of alchemy and psychological warfare. And that's what he said about the atomic bomb and the whole Manhattan Project, that we're looking at alchemy and psychological warfare. And what does this mean? Alchemy is lead into gold. It's the transformation of humanity, transhumanism. And the alchemy, the term alchemy, it's really about alchemical or chemical reactions. You mix things up and you get something out of it. And in this case, he's suggesting that the human race is being alchemically processed, that we're being transformed, that we're being converted from lead, spiritual lead, into spiritual gold. Moving on, Trump is a messianic figure in QAnon calls. Yes, I've been listening. There are a number of QAnon live streams, and he is definitely Jesus to them. Nothing new here. South Korea on alert after detecting signs of a submarine missile launch. North Korea may be preparing to test submarine-launched ballistic missiles. Now, one thing to point out here is whenever you look at these missiles being tested, it's worth noting here, put on your flat earth glasses. If you've ever watched with a critical eye rockets taken off from NASA or SpaceX or Blue Origin, you'll note that as fake as those look, these so-called rocket tests by North Korea look even faker. It's like it's the same production studio or a knockoff. It really does look that bad. In fact, I was looking at North Korea's missiles, and they remind me of the ones that Bezos launches, but they look a little cheaper. Like maybe he bought, like North Korea's dictator orders them from Amazon. Like, give me a couple of these Blue Origins. I'm going to paint it olive drab and call it a nuclear warhead. But they use just as much CGI and fakery as NASA. In fact, there have been many news stories, like mainstream news stories, pointing out that the North Korean missile launches are faked, that sometimes the rockets are faked. ICBM launch May 31st, 2022 may have been fake. August 11th, 2022, North Korea faked massive missile launch. They used footage to fake a, quote, monster missile. March 30th, 2022, why did North Korea fake a monster missile test? You mean they did it for real at some time? Fact check, did they fake it? Yes. And how did they figure this out? In one instance, they were able to look at the stars and show that it wasn't the right time of year. January 2016, footage released last week by North Korea purporting to show the firing of a submarine-launched ballistic missile appears to be fake. Now, if you took the same eyes and the same level of scrutiny to anything launched by NASA, Bezos, or Musk, you would arrive at the same conclusion. Fake, fake, fake. North Korean propagandists use rudimentary editing techniques to crop and flip old video footage of tests and Scud missile launches. The media used several different camera angles and editing to make it appear that the launch was several continuous launches when it was in fact a single event. Goes on to say there was an analysis of 38 North monitoring website. An aerospace engineer who specializes in satellite and launch vehicle propulsion systems said that looking at the video, it was fake. They failed to launch, combined the testing. Anyway, it goes on to say about how they faked it. And this is not new. It's just clever editing. But why can we talk about North Korea faking rocket launches and we can't talk about NASA faking rocket launches? And they all look the same. Angst G says, the funny video of North Korean soldiers crying over the missile launch. Oh, yes, what they did is they had a Top Gun-like unveiling of one of their rockets, and then out comes, striding. You have the North Korean dictator. His hair's slicked back, he's got glasses, and he takes off his glasses in slow motion. Very Top Gun. Combination of Top Gun and Elon Musk. That's kind of where he's modeling himself. And then the rocket takes off, and they do a countdown like it's going to the moon, like it's taking people to another world. But no, it's just a missile. And the soldiers cry at the end of the video. I might pull that video up here soon. It might be worth watching. Red alert, China, Iran, Russia teaming up for massive show of naval force. Or they'll be simulating it and presenting it as real to the public. The caller had suggested that maybe the people who did the finger wagging at the Trump rally were agent provocateurs. I think the caller was correct. Hillary Clinton compares Trump's Ohio rally to Hitler speeches. In Austin, Texas, Hillary Clinton likened the salutes at the Adolf Hitler speeches to the finger salutes at the Donald Trump rally. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole event was infiltrated by a bunch of Clintonistas and they dress up like Trumpers and they go do the one finger salute. Again, this is the type of thing that Democrats do. It's the photo bombing. It's the guilt by association. And it's not just them. This is actually standard practice all over the place. Just dirty tricks in general. Look how many neo-Nazis were planted among the flat earthers. People are convinced the world's going to end September 24th. Again, according to David Lynch, the weather's fine out there on the West Coast, where I would have expected one of these nuclear tsunamis that Putin's been advertising. I don't believe Hillary Clinton's alive. I'm pretty sure the Kuru killed her. Isn't that what they call it? Is it Kuru? It's that thing they get when they... Yeah, Kuru. It's from eating human brains. It's a transmissible spongiform prion disease, but there's something about it. I'm pretty sure. The main risk factor for Kuru is eating human brain tissue, which can contain the infectious particles. Yeah, it's a rare, incurable, fatal neurodegenerative disorder. Kuru itself means trembling, and it's also known as the laughing sickness due to the pathological bursts of laughter, which are a symptom of the disease. Now, I didn't know this. This is new to me. But think about it. Look at all the Democrats that you suspect of having Kuru. Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris. And what are they known for? Spontaneous bursts of mad laughter. Do you remember when Hillary Clinton, she said, we came, we saw, he died, and then she starts laughing? I'm starting to think that she might have eaten Gaddafi's brain. I mean, let me play this clip here. I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. Tell me this isn't a Kuru laugh. But yeah, they resurrected her to rip on Trump for being, quote, like Hitler.
It's all too familiar. Been down this road before. I believe it was in Germany just before.
This isn't the one I was looking for, but you can hear her squawking in the background. There are so many remixes of this one. Okay, here's another one. I'm trying to get the cackle. You know what I'm talking about? Hillary's cackle. One of her first cackles that you can hear on record is the one where she was laughing about how she got a child abuser freed off of a lie detector test that she knew was not reliable. And she laughed. And if you recall, that's pretty much the same story or theme of Devil's Advocate, where in order to sell his soul to the devil, he has to betray a 12-year-old and get the abuser freed. It's a really sick story, but she did exactly that, and it's on record. Let me play this clip, Hillary Clinton and her Kuru laugh. And I get the sense they can't control it, and I do see a lot of the trembling, which would also be symptomatic of the neurodegenerative disease caused by eating brains.
Look, we came.
This is really sick and morbid, but yeah, here she is, literally grave dancing.
We came. We saw. He died.
All right, that's enough nightmare fuel for one night. Latest QAnon conspiracy. Tomorrow will either be a day of vengeance or maybe something else. It turned out it was something else. Blue skies, 90 degrees on the west coast. Very nice weather. No nuclear winter in sight. We learned that the large-breasted Canadian shop teacher is the greatest troll of the 21st century. We'll follow that story. I think I figured out why Grimes is getting her ears cropped. Elon Musk's animatronic 3D printed baby's mother is having her ears cropped. I don't know if you saw the news on this. As in, she's going to have elf ears. Grimes is having a no, this is the one, not the face tattoo. Here it is. Grimes posted a post-plastic surgery picture, and fans are convinced she has elf ears. 6 days ago, Ola.com, did Grimes get surgically implanted elf ears? Grimes shares a pic of bandaged face after wanting elf ears. TheCut.com, why am I not surprised that Grimes wants elf ears? So she's having her ears cropped. And I'm thinking, what is this? I mean, Lord of the Rings, who watches that? The new Lord of the Rings was not all that great. What is this? Why can't you just wear a costume? But no, this is a surgical augmentation. She's actually having them cropped. And here's why, I think. There's a new Netflix original series out called The Legend of Zelda. And it's coming soon. And I recall back when, before they printed out their little ones, she was in his mansion playing with swords, and I thought, okay, she's all into cosplay. So now we have Legend of Zelda coming out. So I think cropped ears are going to be a thing, along with eating bugs. Just something to look forward to. All right, this has been a very interesting few days. But, you know, if anything, this individual who set himself on fire at the tennis match really, I think, exemplifies where we're at. Like, we're all ready for the end of the world. And as soon as things get a little hot, people just jump away from it and back off. It's all been a bluff. Nobody really means it. They're all just trolling. Putin is trolling. Trump is trolling. Is anybody even serious here? Today did not live up to the hype of the ad hoc prophecy. But I'm very much open to the possibility that the only reason why we had this conspiracy theory jump out of nowhere that there's going to be the end of the world today is I think that the MSM may in fact be trying to discredit people analyzing predictive programming and extrapolating predictions from it. I think they're trying to stop it, but you know, it's a little too late. Lean Dion says, truther ears versus commie elf ears. Oh yeah, truther ears. If you don't know what those are, you have to watch South Pole. Ears that are cauliflowered, not from hitting the mats, but from hearing so many truths. Very common among the mixed martial arts truthers. Now, if you believe that the guy who set himself on fire was a martyr, that he set a good example for his cause, and that he's not a hypocrite like all of the other eco-hypocrites and climate criminals, which they are. I mean, if you really get down to it, Al Gore is a climate change accelerationist based on his lifestyle. But anyway, if you want to commemorate the near martyrdom of that actor or activist, I have a mug here. The end is near. Eco-activist on fire glossy mug. You can get these at infiniteplane.media. Thanks everyone for joining. Tomorrow will likely be live, same time, same place. If you want to leave voicemails, go ahead. We listen to them all live. nothing but good things ahead for this channel. I think that losing our big channels on YouTube probably did more for us than against us. It definitely helped to, I think, hasten our move into our own ground zero. No more YouTube centricity. It's like Charlie Brown in the comic, he's always trying to kick the football, and then Lucy pulls the football and he falls on his back and he never learns. Like, I started to feel like that with YouTube. It's like they're just waiting. I get the notification, oh, your channel just got monetized, you made it 1,000 subs, and then sorry, you committed hate crime, and then we're down. But no more. We don't care about their ridiculous standards. We don't have to bend over backwards because we have our own breakaway off-world stage platform. This is Gaia's Revenge, JT33. Have a great night.
To extreme concern, as scientists say, climate change shows no signs of slowing its deadly rampage.
Scientists have predicted this for the last 70 years, but it's actually happening more quickly and it's more intense than we realize.
Shows no signs of slowing. Scientists now say it would have been virtually impossible without human-caused climate change. Conditions now fueling infernos across the region, making the fires bigger and more destructive. The sea level rises, and it feels so good. Yeah. You just ought to believe everything like I knew that you would. Like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time. Ain't got time, baby. Crisis actor with soulless eyes. No heart, ain't got no soul. Food, water, weather, books, TV, bones, books, secrets, symbols, numbers, planets, etc.
Thank you for joining. It's September the 13th, 2022. Happy hoaxiversary, Tupac Shakur, wherever you are. I don't believe he's in Cuba. I think, if anything, Tupac rebranded himself as some other rapper, and I think many of the people who died around him also were repurposed. Look into Jurassic 5 and see if you can spot him from that lineup. We're joined here by Pete Shea, Zin Vallis, Portal Complex, HIGGIH, Maddie33, 737 says my buddy and me. That's a reference to the Harvest Festival shooting. One of the Crisis actors was saying, my buddy and me. We're at the concert, and he was showing how he got shot. I mean, some of these actors, they don't even have bullet holes. They're pointing to their head. I got shot in the head, and it's like, your hair's perfect. I got stabbed with scissors and it screwed up my hair for like 2 weeks. Erica Creech says 9/11 has got me in the feels this year. Yeah, 21st anniversary of 9/11, but everything I said has come true with regard to how they have repurposed the Taliban into the MAGA ban. I've been saying this for some time. They've completed it. The Quran radicals going after the great Satan have been replaced by the QAnon radicals going after the deep state, which is also essentially the great Satan. And take a listen to this. This is from your Department of Homeland Security, explaining how now, and this is your DHS Secretary Mayorkas, says that 21 years after 9/11, the new threat isn't radical Islam, it's radical QAnon. Right on schedule. Take a listen.
Jonathan, the threat landscape has evolved considerably over the last 20 years. You know, back when 9/11 occurred, in those years, we were very focused on the foreign terrorist, the individual who sought to do us severe harm, to enter the United States and do us harm. It then evolved. We began to be more and more concerned about the individual already resident in the United States.
So now they're worried about DVEs. The threat has changed, and it's all encoded. We'd have predicted this. You should be able to predict this stuff by just watching the news, watching the entertainment, and following their stories. And I think I have more information on this as well. I'm starting to suspect that the QAnon movement and General Flynn was set up specifically to create the American counterpart to the Al-Qaeda. Not a coincidence that the white nationalists are called the base. Al-Qaeda means the base. So here you have some DHS individual. This guy looks related to Klaus Schwab. They all look like they're from the same vat. They were all hatched at the same place. But listen to these descriptions of how the real threat is now the person spreading narratives. So words, memes kill. Don't worry about the dirty bombs. Don't worry about the nukes. Don't worry about the Allah Akbar with the bomb vest. No, it's the memes that are going to get you.
Radicalized by a foreign terrorist ideology. Now we are seeing an emerging threat, of course, over the last several years of the domestic violent extremist, the individual here in the United States.
The individual, very scary word there. And that's what World War III is actually against, the individual. The smallest minority. And the liberal Democrats love to get the political identity groups and say, oh, we're backing this minority, we're backing that minority. But they use these as battering rams to really break down any final defenses that individuals have. And they've made it seem like the individual is the real threat, the individual is the hater. Again, the individual is the smallest minority and it gets no protection. And as you're hearing here from the DHS, the individuals are actually the biggest threats. Let's go ahead and play this again. We are concerned about individuals. They're giving you the story because they're going to run a psyop that follows along this script.
Domestic violent extremist, the individual here in the United States, radicalized to violence by a foreign terrorist ideology, but also an ideology of hate, anti-government sentiment, false narratives propagated on online platforms.
False narratives propagated on online platforms. What does that even mean? And obviously he's reading a script. He's having a difficult time here, I can tell. But what you're seeing again is this setup. I believe this is a setup for the next 9/11ing, which will come from the right. It's going to be some kind of McVeigh. And even that's encoded in the numerology. 9/11 you associate with Osama bin Laden. Well, McVeigh died on 6/11, 90 days prior. He's the domestic violent extremist counterpart to Osama bin Laden. Not a coincidence he was motivated by the Turner Diaries, written by an author born on 9/11, 1933. McVeigh executed at the age of 33. It's ridiculous when you get into the symbols and the various indicators that this is some kind of a story, a scripted event. But this is story time, so just a heads up. DHS is letting us know where the next PSYOP is going to be coming from. Again, this is the hoax anniversary date of Tupac Shakur. I don't believe there's any evidence he actually died. Has anybody found anything contrary to that? Here's an image of the Queen who recently died, meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. There's so much guilt by association, but really, how many pedivores should one person know? One, okay, fine, maybe. 2, 3, 4, 5. You fly on a plane with them to some island somewhere. There's a point where we just have to recognize that you're looking at a den of vipers. The other big news today, of course, is a QAnoner. A big story having to do with a QAnoner, radicalized, like the DHS guy said, so radicalized that in a fit of election denial rage, this is how they're describing it, in a fit of election denial rage, he kills his family. And he runs out to shoot the cops. Here we go. QAnon dad guns down family in election denialist rage. The election was 2 years ago. 2 years ago. You think that this guy is so mad that he's so mad that Trump lost that he's going to gun everybody down? This is from Crooks and Liars, quote, by untethering people from reality. Conspiracy theories poison relationships on every level, from the national to the local to the family itself. So my comment on this regarding the untethering of people from reality, please explain to me how the climate change believers are tethered to this reality, the ones who believe we're in the end times, the ones who glue themselves to paintings, to the road, the ones who block traffic. They are completely untethered from reality, if you ask me. They're basing their entire response on agitprop, propaganda, 24/7, nonstop, in the entertainment, in the news. They're saying the sky is going to fall. They are poisoning relationships. I'm saying the environmentalists out there who are saying, breathers, you're a useless breather, you're a carbon super spreader. It's misanthropic. And I'm all for climate activists doing whatever they want to do, because I like the idea that they get locked up. I mean, lock them up. Peaceful protesters got a pass for some reason, but I'm noticing more of these greenies are actually getting arrested, which they ought to be. It's the only way they're not going to be hypocrites. If you're a greenie, you're a green fascist, an eco-fascist, a green world order, Greta reset, end times, doomsday cultist. If that's where you're at, I would have to say that you are dividing people along the lines of sustainable, non-sustainable. Freedom's not sustainable. And another reason why I think it's totally justifiable to lock them down is that the whole purpose to the green agenda is to lock everybody down. Climate change lockdowns. So let them get a head start. And if you're still walking around with a face diaper, you're not trusting the science. You're actually contradicting the science. You ought to stay home. If the threat is so great that you have to wear a face diaper, you shouldn't be leaving. Okay, let's go ahead and see. We're joined here by Oswaldo Akbar. And look, notice too, if you just jumped in, on the top right of the screen we have a meme stream. Anytime somebody posts an image link in chat or they post an image in the Discord, it's going to show up on the top right. Joined by X322. Thinks he's a penguin 101. Linda Curtis says, people are given lots of reasons to dislike their overlords. We're supposed to believe in benevolent dictatorship, is what I think. Okay, daughter says, now this is how I found out about the shooter who killed his family. The daughter says QAnon radicalized the father before he killed their dog and the mother and the sister. So he even shot the dog. I haven't seen any evidence. No pictures, no blood. Before the event was identified as a QAnon-related event, I was on Reddit, and the QAnon casualty threads were blowing up because, supposedly, the 21-year-old who was not home at the time, she was at a birthday party, was writing about how Q killed her family, and she's really mad about Q. And I thought, that's interesting. Then I find the corresponding news stories. Q sent him, conspiracist dad kills wife, shoots daughter, gets shot by cops. What is the connection between killing one's family and this belief system? I don't believe there is one. In the early hours of Sunday morning, a young woman called 911 in Walled Lake, Michigan. Now, let's say hypothetically this is all just a psyop. We would expect to find some kind of indicators. Is Walled Lake any kind of indicator, anything significant about that? Much of what we've seen in the, quote, Metascript view has been references to a kraken, to a dam. And a walled lake sounds like a dam. Much like the QAnoner who was on top of the dam threatening to blow it up. It's a recurring theme because in the Batman movie, the QAnon character, the Riddler, sends his armies out to blow up a dam and flood the polls. It floods the election. Just like 2022, the Republicans are going to flood the polls. We've had Watergate repeating. We've had many, many references to some kind of like a leak, a crack, the Roe v. Wade, again, leak, Roe, Wade, a lot of water stuff. Now I'm looking at Walled Lake, Michigan. I'm inclined to think it's a hoax, but it's not unbelievable. However, I would say it's I don't know. I mean, really, the media is running with this, but they have a witness who's calling and blaming this on Q. It just sounds too perfect. Rachel, the 25-year-old daughter who called 911, tried to call out of the home having been shot in her back and legs and was rushed to the emergency where she's in stable condition. Later on Sunday, the following was posted on QAnon casualties. My Q dad snapped and killed my family this morning. Yup, the internet ruined him. Growing up, my parents were extremely loving and happy, but after Trump lost in 2020, my dad went down the Q rabbit hole. He kept reading about the stolen election, Trump, and vaccines, and said he wanted to keep us safe and healthy. Now here's a contradiction. Donald Trump is not anti-vax. He's the vax father. He takes credit for Operation Warp Speed. There was a big split in Q. I believe a lot of them were shocked when the vax was suddenly a thing that Trump was getting behind, when all of the conspiracy theory lore going back, all of the various theories about what these things were, would suggest that Trump would want to prevent that. But this shows he's part of the system, if anything. My point being pro-Q doesn't necessarily make you an anti-vaxxer. It's all contradictory, though. Not all QAnoners worship JFK or JFK Jr. Let's continue. We're looking at the daughter's post on Reddit. Said, at 4 a.m. on September 11th, there was an argument, and he decided to take our guns and shoot her, my dog, and my sister. I'm shocked, and I don't know what to say. F you, QAnon. I hope the FBI tightens its grip on you and your lackeys rot in prison and in hell for poisoning so many people. Now, this was posted on, again, Reddit. Many people were able to corroborate that this was real in terms of this does correspond to an actual news story. The poster has been confirmed to be Lannis's daughter, who had been staying at a friend's house at the time of the shooting. She told Detroit News that her father had always had mental health issues. Again, always had these issues, but had become increasingly agitated in the last year, having fallen down a rabbit hole of conspiracy theories since Donald Trump lost in 2020. What do you all make of this? The idea that there's some kind of correlation between mental illness, conspiracies, and violence is something they want you to really believe. Now, I'm saying hypothetically it's a psyop. We don't have to give them the benefit of the doubt. The timing of it, the substance of it, the context of it suggests it's all probably a psyop, and we haven't seen any evidence. If you believe this story to be true, you believe it. Do you know it? I don't think you do, unless you have information we don't. Jay Diggs says this reads like fanfic. Exactly. That was my take on it. It's too perfect, and Reddit is too curated. It's part of the controlled opposition, if you ask me. Reddit pretends to be there, exposing. I think it's all part of a containment operation, you could say. They want to maintain the idea that the QAnoners are crazy and violent, when I don't think that's really the case. Just like with the radical Islam, they would have you think that this ideology turns you into a suicide bomber. Not really. I also want to point something else out that I've seen. General Flynn. The more I look at General Flynn, I've seen some reports about his expertise in running PSYOPs and PSYWAR. And he was very much involved after 9/11 in the Middle East. I think General Flynn might actually be behind Q as far as the operation itself. And the purpose of Q, in my opinion, is to turn the American right into the radical Islamic threat counterpart, like a domestic violent extremist threat. They want to associate them with that. And it's working quite well. I don't see a lot of pushback. People just seem to think this is definitely consistent with what they believe. But then, when you get down to it, the QAnon thing isn't all that innocent. You have to remember, their end goal, their end game, is murdering the Democrats, pretty much. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but is not the QAnon conspiracy theory ultimately about murdering the other political party? We could use the word tribunal, and we could say they deserve it because they're a bunch of baby eaters, but we still need due process, and many of them are drooling. They're waiting for tribunals. They're waiting to see their enemies die on TV. So I don't think it's all that nice I don't think it's all that benevolent. If anything, it is the counterpart to radical Islam. It really is. And most of it is invented in the exact same way. There's a reason why we don't have any Islamic terrorists blowing up delis anymore with bomb vests. It's because they phased them out. No more terror cells. Now you got to worry about the incels. No more Quran radicals. It's all QAnon radicals. They've phased it out, just as I pointed out. The DHS is even saying as much. QAnon people want to know how Tom Hanks can be Geppetto if he's been dead for 2 years. Quote, he's probably a CGI double. I remember pointing this out, wondering, whose idea was it to cast Tom Hanks as Geppetto, given all of the QAnon conjecture about him being a pedo? And then here he is with Pinocchio, a story about making a boy out of wood, some kind. It looks like MK Ultra to me, if anything. And then he goes off to Pleasure Island. All kinds of creepy stuff about Pinocchio. Yes, QAnon people want to know how Tom Hanks could be Geppetto if he's been dead for 2 years. A few people are believed to be dead by the QAnoners. There's actually a long list. The Queen amongst them. I have something on the Queen's death that some QAnoners posted you might find interesting. And we'll get to that in a moment. The new live-action version of Disney's Pinocchio is available on Disney+. The new version stars Tom Hanks as Geppetto, a fact which has come to a surprise to many of the very normal and well-adjusted human beings at the QAnon-related Great Awakening message board. As you may or may not recall, Hanks became a major figure after a woman named Sarah Ashcroft had, quote, recovered memories of being sold to him as a mind-controlled doll at the age of 13 by her father, who was part of an ancient satanic bloodline cult called the Hivites, whom she says consists of, quote, all the terrorists, including ISIS and Antifa, and the Deep State, and an ancient Babylonian cult family who have dominated and ruled every civilization on Earth for the last 6,000 years. Okay? I still don't see anything off about that. That's all factual, or it's believable. Since then, QAnon people have come up with a variety of absurd conspiracies about Hanks. Look, it's not like it's absurd. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Chet Hanks came out on a video once, and he looked like he was high. And he replied to people who were accusing his father of being part of some kind of satanic cult. He comes out with he shows off his tattoos. He comes out shirtless in this video, but he's got an Illuminati tattoo right in the middle of his chest. He's got a COVID tattooed on his chest. He has a hanged man, all kinds of weird stuff on his chest. But he said he's not in the Illuminati, and he would prefer that we not say that his parents are. And he kind of joked, but I don't remember thinking it was very jokey, about how those who are saying this stuff are going to be the first ones to be sacrificed. This is Tom Hanks' son, Chet, claiming that he's not in the Illuminati. Again, what kind of person gets an Illuminati tattoo if they're not, in the club?
You motherfuckers are gonna believe what you want because you're already so fucking committed to your weird internet conspiracies. But I'm not actually in the fucking Illuminati, dude. I got this fucking tattoo because I'm extremely spiritual. I believe in God. I believe that God oversees everything, has a plan for everything. But you motherfuckers are on some other shit. Okay? I was trolling in that last video, obviously, because I'm pissed off.
His last video is the one where he said he was going to chase you down in the FEMA camp and sacrifice you. And that went viral, and now he's trying to undo the damage of that video. But you can't erase the fact that his tattoos are clearly damning. But again, I've looked closely at his tattoos, and there's a consistency there. I think there's some kind of messaging. It did seem to have these COVID-like shapes, which just stood out to me. But beyond that, it also looks kind of fake. A number of people have actually suspected that maybe Chet Hanks' tattoos are one of these, chest suits. And they are such things. Imagine like a tight rubber sweater that looks like flesh and feels like flesh. That's kind of what they put on. You don't even have to work out if you're in Hollywood. You just put on a skin suit. More deep fakery, but take a look at that. Chet Hanks would like you to know that he's not in the Illuminati, but he's got the tattoos. He said he got the tattoo because he's extremely spiritual. Does that even work? Zinvella says Chet Psych Hanks. Right, he did use the word psych. Chet was kind of being a rebel for a moment there. He was actually anti-mask, calling out people as being hypocrites and, etc. But this is Tom Hanks' son. It's the only reason why I'm bringing this up. He had a cameo in one of our episodes of South Pole where he rapped a song about the pain of being Tom Hanks' son, having to grow up in the shadow of Forrest Gump, and how he'd prefer to be called a bastard. That was a pretty good song. It was done by Allergic to Bullshit, if you haven't heard it. Anyway, we're going to move on from the Hanks. Again, he's going to be Geppetto in the new Pinocchio. We just had the 21st anniversary of, or hoax-iversary of 9/11, so we may go through some of that predictive programming. September 13th, 1996, hip-hop star Tupac Shakur died of gunshot wounds suffered in a Las Vegas drive-by shooting. Decades after his death, he's one of the most recognizable faces and voices in hip-hop. It's a great way to sell records. In 2020, I believe Dead Rappers had the highest sales of all. And recently, Salman Rushdie tried this out. He didn't die, but he had the stabbing 33 years after the fatwa for $3.3 million. That was the amount of money on the contract he was stabbed. And that boosted his book sales to #1. Trump goes full QAnon over at Truth Social, sporting a Q lapel pin and blasting out QAnon slogans. The storm is coming. There's a lot of speculation among believers the storm is coming, and the storm is going to be what happens when the deep state comes to arrest Trump. And there's fear that this will trigger some kind of response. In fact, I follow an anti-Q person very closely on Substack, and this person believes that there is a plan for the storming of not just the Capitol in D.C., but every state capital. Just a rumor, just a heads up. Look at this. This is from Ground Zero, or close by. This is a structure it's called the Oculus. It is in alignment with the sun's solar angles. So on each September 11th, at 8:46 a.m., when the first plane struck, until 10:28, when the second tower collapsed. Because of its alignment, the central skylight fits that, and the sun will wash over the floor during that window of time. Just a bit of architecture that shows you how much they care and pay attention to these celestial alignments. 8:46 a.m., 9/11 kicks off. The ritual, that is. Wasn't a terror attack. I mean, you could argue it was, maybe psychological terror. Alex Jones is back in court. Trial set for the Sandy Hook case. They're just assigning more damages. We've been talking about the QAnon thing because there's always an agenda here, and look at this. Rebecca Landis told the Daily Beast, and Daily Beast and Vice are two of these papers you'll often see overly represented with PSYOPs. They're always the first ones to report. Her parents, or her mother was just killed, her father was just killed by the police. The crime scene is still open, and she's talking to the Daily Beast. I find this very, very hard to believe. Rebecca told the Daily Beast that her father became obsessed with QAnon and other conspiracy theories in 2020, consuming huge amounts of online videos and following far-right figures like Alex Jones. He had no history of violence and was extremely loving, but that changed after Trump lost. He lost his sense of reality and started going down these crazy rabbit holes. So they've even blamed Alex Jones for this. And she says, and here's problem, reaction, solution. Problem, misinformation, Q. Shootings, deaths. Reaction, outrage. This is killing us. Solution, here it is. She wants QAnon promoters to be sued for the damage they cause and hopes that the federal government will investigate them. This is typical of PSYOPs. They say, oh, look, all these kids died. We need to do something about the assault rifle 15s immediately. Someone's kids are still there at the crime scene, dead on the ground, and the parents are like, we need to do something about our gun control. Like, I don't think they would be political at that moment. I really don't. I find that to be very unbelievable. But that's always the case. And yet, the same anti-gun people who are terrified of assault rifle 15s have nothing to say about handgun violence and about violence in places like Chicago. They only care about very specific types of attacks and very specific weapons. It's because they don't really care in principle. Erica Creech says the Oculus is right by the 2001 Kubrick Hilton monolith. Gypsy says it has PSYOP written all over it. Ooh, I didn't know this. Cat Bunny Buffalo says Gavin McSmollett started Vice. So Gavin McSmollett, again, Gavin McInnes, founder of the Proud Boys, or as we've branded him, Gavin McSmollett, founder of the Fed Boys. He hoaxed his own arrest. He pulled a Jussie Smollett for clout, and he got busted because Owen Benjamin spilled the beans. He's like, this was nice beans you got there, Gavin. Be a shame if somebody spilled them. And Gavin's like, we're over. Oh, you're never going to be able to talk to Gavin again? Gavin McInnes, Gavin McSmollett. Gavin McInnes is the guy that made out with a pederast at the site of the Orlando disco shooting. And they didn't even call it a hoax. They went over there on the presumption it was real. Gavin McInnes and Milo Yiannopoulos. And they made out, for some reason, I'm not against it, I just don't understand the point, of making out over a pile of 300 dead disco dancers. Like, it doesn't even make sense to me. I guess they were trying to be shocking. But now he's been reduced to staging his own swatting. Like so many other people on the right. This has been the summer of swatting, and since we've called it out, there have been many more swatties. You had MTG, aka Dog the Bounty Hunter, without the wraparound shades. Same person, we know this. You're not fooling anybody. MTG was swatted twice, supposedly. If you really read the story, she wasn't swatted. She makes it sound like, had she opened the door with a gun in hand, they would have killed her. They would have had some kind of SWAT response that intense, where they were ready. It was like a hostage situation. They're ready to... No, they weren't. There were no snipers. There were no helicopters, no APCs, armored personnel carriers, nothing. It's a knock on the door. They totally exaggerate. Steve Bannon has been faking swattings for some time whenever he needs clicks. I considered doing it myself. I mean, it really does get you some traction. We're actually trying to predict who's going to be the next far-right person to self-swat. I kind of thought Alex Stein would do it. It's that cringe of a move. But no, it was Gavin McInnes. Let us continue. Angst G says, if only the guy had listened to IPS after the election, he would have been inoculated from the BS. Right. Oh yes, I mean there's so many people who could be saved just by recognizing that they've made a huge philosophical error by trusting and giving benefit of the doubt to the mainstream media. Now this is an update from the Queen's funeral procession, and the QAnoners are really digging into this one. The Queen's flag, the one draping the coffin, was wrinkled. According to the Qs, this means traitor. The license plate, WP4597. They interpret this as witness protection, Trump 45, and 97 is the year Princess Diana died. Now, if this doesn't make sense to you, you're not trusting the plan. What Q's trying to tell you here is that the Queen killed Diana, but Diana didn't die. She's under witness protection. I'm sorry. I'm not quite sure what they mean, but that's what they have found. I found another example of a QAnoner, by the way. I've been finding a lot of these, and I think they're mostly plants. Here is another QAnoner from 2019. I missed this one. His name was Anthony Camello, and he killed some Gambino mob boss. And his defense, and you can see him here with a Q on his palm. His defense is he was fighting the deep state. In the 9 months since that conversation, Mr. Camelo 25 claimed to his lawyer, and this is his defense for killing some mob boss, that he was fighting the deep state. Kind of like the guy who attempted to blow up the dam, but I guess what they're trying to suggest here is vigilantism. Anx G says, Owen Benjamin says, Gavin also engaged in a display on air to own the Muslims. So dumb. Yeah, I don't pay a lot of attention to Gavin McInnes or any of these characters. I knew what they were from the beginning, but I wasn't aware that he started Vice. Very interesting. He's on the far... I mean, Vice is anti-conspiracy theorist. They are tasked with creating these caricatures of what happens if you listen to conspiracy theories. Again, the term is subjective. You're not considered a conspiracy theorist if you believe we're in the end times because of global warming. No, that's considered to be someone who's got a grasp on the science. Of course, science has supplanted religion. I'm going to play this clip here. This is sort of a side topic. We've been talking about for a little while, this Kraken notion. And a very fascinating topic overall. We're talking about forced memes forced into the zeitgeist, the reoccurring theme of the dam. That's why I brought up the walled lake, the place where the shooting happened by this QAnoner. It seems like a dam reference. Anyway, the dam concept, the Kraken concept, has brought us to look at a few different representations of this idea. The Kraken has been connected with the election. It's also this mythological character connected with Hades/Pluto. We've had the return of Pluto. We also find it represented throughout entertainment. You have a character in particular from science fiction writer H.P. Lovecraft's mythos, and that would be Cthulhu, who is a squid-headed, gigantic, titanic, kraken-like being at the bottom of the ocean at Point Nemo. And this happens to be the place where NASA drops all of its dead satellites. There's a fascinating story here, but my main thing is this. In the Lovecraftian mythos, the ocean is an alien body. The idea is it arrived via comet, some kind of cataclysm, and it brought with it all of these beings that came from above. So instead of flying down in a flying saucer, the big squid-headed demigod thing was in a big chunk of ice, and then it lands in the ocean. Anyway, this is an interesting story because we've been discussing what's more likely. Is deep space up there, or beneath our feet, or beneath the ocean? Well, I came across this TikToker who had this interesting notion about maybe deep space is below the ocean, and maybe that's where, quote, Mars is. Again, I've seen space in deep underground Mars bases. This doesn't seem so far-fetched. Let me play this clip.
Y'all, I am freaking out right now. There's a lot of unexplained things going on in the ocean right now. Hold on real quick. I do not trust them. Just watch this real quick for me.
You get to Mars by going through the ocean. You can't get to the bottom of the ocean because outer space is the ocean.
Now, what she just said just blew my mind. Now, there's a situation called the Fermi.
So they're referencing some older concepts of the Earth and the idea of space being water and aliens all being aquatic. Very interesting idea. Again, the Lovecraftian mythos does have it that the aliens are in the ocean.
So we know that water is all around us, and it is said that this dome divided the sea into upper and lower sections. You can't cancel this out because they still haven't discovered 80% of the sea. Early civilizations believed that the ocean and the stars above were linked. I mean, just look. Mayan, Norse, Hindu, Hebrew, all of them. Now, we already know what spacesuits look like, but they look exactly like sea suits. I know once...
Now, that's an interesting point about space suits looking like sea suits. The amphibious nature of it. For example, the Pope wears the mitre, the fish god hat of Dagon worship. They pray with their hands. You know how Donald Trump prays, where he always has his hands like a diamond pointing down? That's how I see the images of them praying to the fish god below. But for the priest to go down there, he has to put on the magic fish costume or the fish suit, amphibious. Not all that different in concept from the spacesuit, which essentially has like a fishbowl on the head. But the aquatic nature of or concept here being space being water, that's kind of a older concept, biblical concept.
Of the Bermuda Triangle. Planes and people going missing in the ocean. There are black holes in the ocean. And I just know once in your life you've heard about sea monsters. When you see a comet, it looks like a boat soaring through water. What if these unexplained species in the ocean are actually underwater? They went too deep and found the creature that don't even look like it's supposed to be from...
Link to everything we reference on my minds.com/infinite plane society. Commenter here says, yes, we are underwater. Our Earth is just an air pocket with mountains, rivers, lakes, and vegetation. We are trapped in a vessel like a fishbowl. Requiem says, I know she didn't use a movie as evidence. This is funny to me. This guy Requiem in Twitter is saying, I know she didn't use a movie as evidence. Oh, I'm sorry, but your evidence for the moon landing was a movie. Your evidence for pretty much everything you believe has been movies. That's all you have. Sometimes they pretend like the movie's, quote, news, but no, it's a movie. News is just a protracted, never-ending, terrible reality TV show. Back to the 9/11 topic for a moment. Donald Trump was a 9/11 witness, quote, many people jumped and I witnessed it. I watched that. I have a view in my apartment which was specifically aimed at the World Trade Center, Trump said during a rally in Columbus, Ohio. Just bringing this up because Donald Trump is lying, quote, and I watched those people jump. And I watched the second plane hit. I saw the second plane hit the building and said, wow, that's unbelievable. Donald Trump also figures prominently in some 9/11 predictive programming. He's heavily immersed in, he's Biff Tannen. I mean, he's in Back to the Future, which is replete with 9/11 predictive programming. Joined by Slave Rescue Hound, T-Dog135, Psy-Obstacles. Psy-Obstacles says they always want the humans to believe they're trapped with no place to go. It's obviously the opposite. That's what I think. I think they're trying to keep us in a very small area. They put the human imagination on a leash, 12,500 miles long. No point in thinking any further, because you end up just going back around the ball. And space is space. There's nowhere to go. Now, if the Earth isn't a ball made of CGI like they presented us, then it might suggest that if you kept going south, quote unquote, you would find more land. That's the theory. That's the idea behind why they would falsify the model of the world to keep us from going too far. And the ball concept also tethers your imagination, as in there's no 20,000 miles away because it's all empty space. You have to go a long distance to reach any habitable land or exoplanet. Yet, if the Earth isn't a ball, then you might be able to walk to Mars, assuming it's not deep underground or beneath the ocean. Slave Rescue Hound says, can someone please remind me of Brandon Lee's new name? You must be talking about Christopher Green, who was Brandon Lee before he fake died. Is Brandon Lee actually Chris Green? And it fits a pattern here. It fits the pattern of death-faking actors going into alternative media to spread disinformation and false flag theories. False flag theory is actually misinformation. It's put out there in order to prevent you from seeing the fakery. But we do have quite a lot to suggest that Christopher Green is in fact Brandon Lee, and in all likelihood his father, Bruce Lee, is Michio Kaku. And here's an interesting connection. Bruce Lee, 1-inch punch. Michio Kaku, 1-inch equation.
Brandon Lee died of a single gunshot wound on March 31st, 1993, from an accidental Now you're probably wondering who this man is. He's Christopher Green, host of one of the main alternative media channels on YouTube. One of the only channels we look for real news. Here's some of the allegations against them from a few conspiracy nuts that believe Brandon Lee is still alive. After these slander videos, we will then present our argument, which will debunk yet another false conspiracy that will further back them into a corner.
Hey people, how's it going? Obviously, C Green 34 is Brandon Lee, alright?
Okay, you can look into it for yourself. It's pretty obvious. It lines up. It fits the pattern. And Brandon Lee's role in The Crow is key here. It's another dying and resurrecting character. The Crow is a phoenix-like being in that movie.